We'll call the meeting to order at 4:31. We'll let Ryan know and...
He's all set.
Okay, perfect.
There he goes.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded for future use and broadcast. If you could join me in a quick moment of silence.
I didn't find any meetings about future use.
Okay, thank you. And request for services for owner's project manager or OPM, shortlisted candidates in preparation for presentation and interviews. We need to formulate our questions that we're going to be asking. And I know there was some confusion and some back and forth and whatever. The fairest way to do this is for this committee to discuss what questions we want asked, formulate that list so that we can ask our questions. With that, I'd like to open it up to discussion so that we can start to formulate. Mr. Galvin.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Full disclosure, I had sent several emails back to the superintendent and the chair regarding our concern on the initial list of questions that were formulated for us to ask at these interviews tonight. Obviously, if you've read them, that they're the exact same questions that were asked in the RFS, and they're the exact same questions that the subcommittee already scored all of these finalists on, and that's how they came up with the final 3 or 4 were based on the answers to those questions. To me, it seems illogical to ask the exact same questions in an in-person interview that we asked in the actual RFS that they've already answered quite fully if you've read the bids. In reviewing the RFS, the details, I didn't see anywhere where it said that those were the questions that we needed to ask in an interview. The RFS sets it as a set of interview questions. They do need to be scored. So, I don't see how there's really, in my opinion, there's no correlation between the set of questions that we're about to come up with and the questions that were already asked and sent to us and have a score sheet for and all of that. So I'd like to make the recommendation that we discuss this in a forum tonight and come up with a list of questions, and that they necessarily don't have to have anything to do with the previous questions were already asked in the RFS.
And I think that's reasonable, to have that. As a matter of fact, I did have the opportunity to go back and watch our meeting 2 meetings ago, and that's exactly what we said we were going to do, is sit here and develop our questions and then do our interviews within this weekly time frame for this week. And then next week was to negotiate a contract with the selected party. So we are right on track as to what we had stated there as far as that goes. I don't assume, Jeff, that sound okay to you?
Yep, I just look at, we have our candidates coming in at 5:15-ish, so as we can expedite. People submitted questions to me. You have them in front of you. You have the list that I gave you because it's a template for that, so we don't have to use that at all. There's, I think, 18 questions that were developed with members of this subcommittee, and I think you can pick the ones you want to ask. The clarification is the questions have to be able to be scored on that score sheet, and that question, if we ask one bidder, that same question has to go to all 3 bidders. You can elaborate after that a little bit and get some clarification, but if we choose a certain amount of questions, that question has to be asked to each bidder.
Mr. Gelman?
I noticed the questions on the score sheet have different weights for different questions. Some questions were worth 30 points and others were worth 10 and so on and so forth. I don't see the validity in that. I would just think that maybe we look at every question being worth 10 points and we can score whatever questions we come up with. We score them on a 1 to 10 basis and say, you know, this guy did it and I thought he answered it as a 7. The next guy answers the same question as possibly, oh, I thought he did better, so it's an 8. That's just a suggestion to make things easier, that all questions be the same.
Sure, again, at the will of the committee, we did submit these 2 score sheets to the committee for review 3 weeks ago. I had feedback from Mr. Galvin on both, said that these both look great, and this is the score sheet we kept. So this is the exact same thing that the committee had 3 weeks ago. So to alter that now, it's at the will of the committee, but...
I honestly thought these were the score sheets for the subcommittee to evaluate the questions. That was what I was referring to.
Again, will of the committee, whatever you choose to do. These were out there a couple weeks ago.
Does anybody else have any other thoughts? I mean, I think that the numbers will add up to whatever the numbers are, whether we weigh something higher or lower. You know, and as far as putting a weight on a question that we haven't formulated yet, I would say could be problematic. That's my personal opinion, that if we assign the same weight to every question, then we know we're going to get the same, you know, answer, so to speak. Whereas, you know, do we look at, you know, and I'm just going to read off of here. Have you ever had a project that did not meet the deadline or budget? You know, to try and put a weight of 10 points on that question compared to, say, what's your experience with the green building project? You know, I think that it could be problematic, that if we just put a weight to every question that's the same and it's straight up through. Ernie?
So this is the back and forth we had with MSBA. They took a lot of interest in the evaluation criteria and the point structure. So the points that you see on the evaluation that we have now, we're in the RFS. We're in the RFS that was advertised. So what we're doing is we're duplicating basically what they wanted us to do. They want us to follow a certain structure, and that evaluation criteria is part, that evaluation that you have there, Fred?
Yeah.
Is in the RFS.
Okay.
And whenever we get away from the base of the RFS and we go out on our own, we can have problems because we have to justify why we did what we did.
So let's say this, we have past performance of the respondent.
Yeah.
And then we have associated questions to go into that category.
Yeah.
I would think that we don't have to use document performance on past projects, attachment C. I mean, these are all things that are in the RFS based upon what I'm reading here.
That's my point. As you go down the RFS, we kind of separated, so if I could, with, as far as the conversation I had with MSBA and the staff there was fantastic, because you look at everybody else's RFS and you add your little spin to it, and then they redline it and they say, oh no, you got to go back to this. So I think the basis of these questions, they want answered in the evaluation criteria. That's the boilerplate that they submitted to us.
Okay, so our questions need to fall into these categories.
Yep, correct.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Right, I'm sorry, I was late. But, so we're adding these questions to these that...
Well, we're going to discuss what questions we're adding.
Because,
In other words, or I should say in lieu of, but they have to fall into the categories,
okay.
which I'm sure that they will.
I think it's a slippery slope, if I may, if you get away from, and I think the questions are...
Then what's the purpose of us asking questions and interviewing these folks if they've already answered them in the RFS?
They put their document together, if I may. They put their document together based on this criteria, based on the RFS. That's what we were able to take a snapshot at. And if you look at our evaluation And you look at that video when we're asking each other's questions and how you felt about how they kind of documented the Whitman Middle School project, how they would work on that. That was all based on the RFS. And some people failed at that and some people succeeded. And I hope that the 4 or 3 that we have as finalists, in my opinion, succeeded in explaining or telling that story. Okay. All I'm saying, Fred, is that if we want to change the questions, you have, it's on page 4, 28. If you're going to change the questions, I think they need to be part of that system, part of what we've already advertised, because any time that we get away from that advertisement, it's a slippery slope for us. We
Right.
have to now explain it.
So if we get management approach, for instance, okay, and we have a more defining, then describe the respondent's approach to providing the level and nature of services required as evidenced by project staffing for a potential hypothetical proposed project, examples of a problem-solving approaches to resolving issues that impact the time and cost, proposed project management systems, and effective information management. So now we have a question that falls into that category.
I think you're fine with that.
That's what I think we need to, so when we're looking at what questions we're asking, we need to match it to the rubric
that's the
here.
only-
Absolutely correct. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Galvin?
So in the RFS on page 5, it lists the 11 criteria which was in our RFS, which was asked and answered in the bid.
Yep.
The next paragraph says, in order to establish a short list of respondents to be interviewed, the owner will base its initial ranking of the respondents of the above evaluation criteria. The owner will establish its final rankings of the shortlisted respondents after conducting interviews. So basically, those 11 questions are for the subcommittee to shortlist the respondents to be interviewed, which has been done and scored by the subcommittee. It does not say that we need to use those same 11 questions in the interview process. And it doesn't say anything about having them to fall into the same categories that was in the RFS. The owner reserves the right to consider any other relevant criteria that it may deem appropriate within its sole discretion, and such other relevant criteria as the MSBA may request. Owner may or may not, within its sole discretion, seek additional information from its respondents. May or may not, within its sole discretion, seek additional information from its respondents. Interview questions that are different from the 11 that they've already asked them.
That last sentence says may or may not.
May or may not.
Right,
We can
so
or we can't.
Right, I guess my question is, you guys are probably all much smarter than I am, and ladies. We paper screened based on the subcommittee paper screen, and we got to 4. A lot of times when you do interviews with committees, you then take that and ask the same questions to see what the human experience and dynamic is based on what they wrote. So I think the thought process is that may or may not, we said it's already there, it's labeled, it's listed, we just sort of applied names to it. I do think that if you want to change those, I agree with what Fred said, but I think we should look at the format of the questions that Jeff presented, only in the sense that they say, a person asking, and then list the 11 subsets. So I think if you look at those questions, and then you look at the list of 17 questions that everybody else put in, is there a way to substitute one of these, like Fred, you're the first one that just says, is there a way to...
So you take question number 1, the most important thing a project manager does, okay? Where would you classify that here?
I would combine 1 and 2, and if you wanted to, I think that's answered by what you're asking in the first one. How many projects, and have they been completed on time and stayed on time within your budget? That's what the question says.
Right, but in other words, you're going to substitute that question with what is the most important. In other words, you're going to ask that as a follow-up question?
No, I mean, if it were me, I would say we go exactly with what was presented to you all, and I would say that you keep these if they're a follow-up needs to be had because you don't think that they explained it correctly.
Someone from this committee took the time to write that question, and they should have the right to ask that question.
I was just offering my opinion. I was in no way trying to influence this
Lincoln?
committee. I thought I could
And
offer
Randy?
my opinion.
Randy, I'll go.
Well, so my frustration comes because somebody also took the time to read the 148 pages from each applicant that has the answers to every one of these 11 questions already. So I think it's awfully redundant to sit hours here tonight and ask these same questions, which you have the answers to if everyone had enough time. Obviously, it was kind of short to get through 148 pages in a day and a half. I don't plan on sticking by questions I already have answers to. I think this is the time in oral interview that you can dig a little deeper. I mean, if you read into some of these, they're boilerplates. There's actually one where they left the old school in, didn't even apply it to our district.
Yeah,
So it's a boilerplate question.
yeah.
I'm hoping for a little bit more than a boilerplate answer this evening.
Just a couple things. So I just want to reiterate about how, I think it's important in my mind that the same general questions are asked in the same way of each of the applicants. But to the point we're talking about that, that John and Randy are making is that, so for example, the question that was originally assigned to me, knowledge of Commonwealth procurement, does your firm have a thorough understanding of mass procurement laws, regulations, policies, and procedures? I mean, we know that. That's answered for me. That is to say, in their responses, they showed how many people are MCPPO certified. We know how many projects they've gone through. I don't want to ask that. What I want to ask is, a question that isn't here, but is specific to the, the past performance of the respondent and the management approach. Okay. So it gets at those. So I think that's the point, and I just reiterate that. Some of the stuff we know, we got it. And I think the only other thing I just want to bring up is I think, John, you were doing some reference checks over the last couple of days, and I definitely want to know the outcome of those because I think that's critical. So.
Okay. Beth?
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Randy, what you're saying, and I understand there's certain ones that are, but I agree with what George said. I've been in a lot of interviews for, like, whether, administration or whatever, and sometimes what's on paper is very different when they present. And the human side is, to me, very important because I've had people who have, on paper, they're fabulous, and then when you start interviewing, not so good. So I think there's a difference, even though they're the same questions, there's a difference between reading what they wrote and having them present the answer sometimes, but I understand that some of these questions are really good that we need to get answered and maybe stick them in somewhere.
Well, and that's what I was going to say, what I believe we're going to do, but I'm going to let be at the will of the committee. But Dave?
Yeah, I think you make a good point is, we've all, I think everyone here has been involved in the interview process, whether the interviewer or the interviewee. And I'd be willing to bet that everybody here would answer that there was questions done during that interview that weren't already answered on the resume or application. And that's what we're doing here. We're interviewing someone. So I think it's important to delve outside of the structured questions, keep the rubric, as Fred said, but delve into the meat of the delve into more specific questions that are not already answered on the information we have.
So here's what okay, I'm sorry, Chris?
I just was going to say, is it a time concern that we have to use these as follow-up to this? Like if we allow each
Some of these are
candidate to,
Not even considering the time.
okay, because then what I'm saying is, why don't we do what Beth's suggesting? Have them answer this question again, and then everyone's free to use this as a follow-up.
What I'd like to do, and hopefully the committee will agree, I would like to go around the table, have the question, if it's not already on here, that you would like to ask, or questions, we assign it to the rubric that it's supposed to go to, and in addition to the main question, those would be the questions that we would ask. So, and that would be how we would score, based upon the answers of the entirety of the questions. So we would be delving further in. So everyone would have the opportunity to ask an additional question or two, or, you know, until you're satisfied, so to speak. But we have to keep in mind, once we do one for one person, we've got to do to the other two candidates. Everyone has to be asked the same questions. That's the one important part.
I don't know who just said this. I thought it was Jeff, maybe it wasn't, but I thought you said we have to ask these, any, same questions, and then we're allowed to do follow-up.
The consistency has to be that each group has to be asked the same question.
All of the same questions?
Correct.
Gotcha, okay.
So that's it. And I would branch off on what you said, Fred, as far as what Lincoln said. If he doesn't want to ask his question on here, and he's got a substitute, he doesn't have to ask both. He's covered. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. Mr. Galvin, then Beth. Okay, Beth.
I was just gonna say, on 16 and 17,
Yep.
those are like 13 and 14. So I think you can kind of,
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're going to pair,
yeah, if you, no, but I mean, on here, they're the same kind of.
right, we're going to pair to the actual
I
people
think there's
that,
only 15.
you know, now if you feel that, hey, John just said what I'd want to know,
Yeah.
then, you know, you're fine, as far as that goes. And I would entertain a motion.
Can I speak first?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I just want to get back to what Chris asked. I think we have a matter of interpretation here, okay? Jeff is and Ernie are interpreting that the RFS says we have to ask those questions. The way I read it, and there's a section that begins on page 6 and 7, section 3 that actually talks about the interview process. And it says, once the interviews are complete, each member of the Whitman Middle School Committee will rank the selected respondent firms according to the total point score of the set list of interview questions. Total available points will be listed on the set list of questions with a set range for each question. Nowhere does it say that we have to do the 11 questions that were in the RFS. It just says a set of interview questions. And I am under the opinion that we as a committee can come up with any set of interview questions that we want.
John, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that every interview team has to be asked the same question. So if Chris asks Collier a question, he can't ask Project, he has a set question that each company has to be asked. It doesn't have to be off the 11.
Right, but we do have to assign it into the rubric.
Bingo.
No, why?
Why? That's
Because-
the overall score.
That's,
Right, but this is what.
But that's not based on any specific question.
those are the 11 questions that were in the RFS, is what those are.
We're not gonna go by the questions, we're just gonna go by the category.
Category.
Right.
Correct. Knowledge of state building. So Dave asked a question about state building code that's not this, but that stays in that category of 5 points. That's the rubric. It's not the question, it's the category.
Because this is the evaluation criteria that we turned into MSBA that we voted on.
Right.
So we want to be able to use the criteria,
So then.
but we're going to use our own question.
Theoretically, then we can only add one question to each criteria. So we can only ask 11 questions, so we've got to pick 11 questions from these 18.
No, if you have 2 or 3 questions on a criteria, we're going to ask 2 or 3 questions.
All right, so question 1 is worth 30 points. If we put in 2 questions there, are they both worth 30 points?
The
And then one guy
cumulative
does
answer to you is worth 30
One
points.
guy does really well on it, and another guy doesn't do so well on it, and he gets totally obliterated off of it because that question was worth 30 points.
You're going to decide whether it's worth 30 points or not to you, based upon the 2 answers that you receive. Ernie?
I think the formula that the state came up with, because I can't think of another word, on the scoring process, it's been proved out by them, and that's why they sent us, we didn't come up with what's in the spec, we didn't come up with that. We added to it, we massaged it, we were able to separate the points, but the bases are there, and they structured that, not us. So I think
Understandable.
that's-
So we're going to go with the criteria that they structured, but each member of this committee has the right to ask the questions that they want to know. That's what an interview is, otherwise why have the interview?
I think we need to set that though, so as Jeff's saying, we have the same question every time.
Absolutely, and that's what I want to
So again,
do.
I think we should go through these questions, decide which ones we're gonna do, insert them into the list, and that's it. And if we have duplicates, like,
Correct.
that's.
Or if there's a different question, if someone has a different question than what's on here, by all means, bring it out. Let's use that. So,
We're in agreement.
Yes.
Yep.
okay, so everyone's in agreement there? I don't need a motion and a vote?
No.
Okay, so let's start with, I don't know if we want to start with these questions and then go down around the table.
Why don't we just
Read them.
just read it and
Okay.
say, and we'll see
So,
where it goes.
what is the most important thing a project manager does?
So where do you
stay.
want
Okay.
it to go?
Who
So
takes it?
which,
I would say,
Who would like to ask that question?
should it go in with management approach?
I think so.
Right, can I make a
Number
suggestion?
4?
Yep, go ahead, Dave.
If we were just to categorize these now and allow the interview to be, just to be more organic, not structured, people will have all their, people here have different strengths and weaknesses and they may have different questions. So if the first interview would guide who asks questions and then that sets our template for interview 2 and 3. So the questions are here for everyone and anyone to ask, and then once we go through our interview process, and if the questions get asked that first time, that then sets the template for 2 and 3.
I just don't want to take away from somebody if it's their question.
I was just thinking, I can see us missing some.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's just,
Yeah,
It's
so,
almost
which
5
was one
o'clock.
number
all
1?
right, so the first question, number 1,
I think it goes in management.
Yeah,
management.
number 4.
number 4. Is everybody agreement?
Just put a 4 in front of
Yep.
number 1?
Yep,
Yep.
yep.
Yeah. Michelle, you're getting this all right?
Yep.
Okay. Number 2, have you ever had a project that did not meet deadline or budget?
One.
Number 1, past performance.
Okay, can I just add to that, and why? If so, why?
If so, why? Very,
It's probably obvious, but hopefully we get a why. Yeah, right.
Adding, in addition.
no, but that's a very good point. Could you please describe your typical what your typical relationship looks like with your project owner, i.e. the middle school building committee during the construction process?
Again, I would say that's number 1, right? Past performance.
1 or number 4?
That is for.
Number 4, management approach.
Sounds like 4 to me.
Working relationship with designers, contractors, owners, that's number 1.
I would think that's number 1 also.
Well, with the project owner, in other words, with our committee, what does their relationship look like?
Yeah, that's number 1.
That's what I think.
It says owner. It says owner in number 1.
Okay. Number 1.
Past performance,
What was your most successful project to date?
1.
Past performance, yeah.
1.
What actions would you take if the project is falling behind
Michelle
schedule?
didn't get that. What was that one?
1.
Yeah, the 4th question was number 1.
Thank you.
Question number 5. What actions would you take if the project is falling behind schedule or exceeding the project's budget?
I would think that's 4.
That's 4, management approach. Everyone agree? Get that, Michelle? Number 6. What sets you and/or your company apart from the other teams we are considering for this project?
Number 5,
Key personnel?
yeah.
Could be 5, it
5
could,
or 6. 5 and 6.
it could be 11 and 2.
5 and 6, I would think.
5 and 6.
But, I mean, I think it's, we might, there's gonna be answers where
They could all-
like, oh, it goes to 6 and it also speaks to 5. I mean, that's okay.
So you don't have to read it.
No, their answer it plays into the points for both. Whatever it includes.
Yeah. I mean, I would say 6, capacity and skills.
That's what
I was thinking that too.
me too. That's fine.
Can we all live with 6, just 1?
Yep.
6.
All right, 6 it is.
6 was looking a little empty and lonely there. Number 7, describe your various stakeholder, i.e. district, town, community, or other involvement in these types of projects. I would think that that would be number 4, maybe, management approach, or would that be number 1, past performance?
It's kind of similar to number 3, actually.
Yeah. That's what I said, you know, that some of these are the same, just wording different, so you don't need to ask both questions because they're kind of the same, just maybe make it into one.
Who submitted that question? What was your intent behind it? That would be my.
Oh, if you're gonna call me out there, I don't know.
What was your intent?
He didn't say who the hell.
So my intent was, it was a management approach. Owners reps, they have to speak to numerous, share information and speak to different stakeholders who have different knowledge. You know, individuals in this committee, well, this committee as a whole, engineers, code enforcers, contractors, consultants. So they're trying to speak the same, they're trying to tell the same information to all these different stakeholders. And you know, I've been in that position. So you basically have to tell them, wear different hats every time you're speaking to these different people and having the same conversation in order to pass along the same information. So so that was my intent on
And
that.
plus town meeting,
Yeah.
public, and how do they communicate with the public?
I think the question is vague, and I don't know how I would answer that.
Right.
I would think number 4, it's a management approach.
All right.
I think number 5, key personnel.
Yeah, but,
Dave just said there.
well, it's about personnel, but it's also about the attitude of the company and how they manage things. And do they give us different personnel, you know, to talk to town meeting? Do they set up coffees with different folks? You know, not just perhaps the key personnel, I would think.
Dave, where do you think it should go?
You know, I like the idea of management.
Okay. So number 6
4
is
for number
4.
7.
Number 7.
7 is 4.
4? Number 4 is management.
Dave, is it mostly like how they disseminate the information and making sure it's communicated to everybody?
Yeah, if I had to communicate that this page was white to residents of town of Whitman, to the code enforcer, to the
Right.
contractor, the consultant,
So-
to this committee, sometimes I don't use the same language to communicate that. So it's very important, you know, to me, it's very important that we know that a owner's rep has the capacity to be able to do that in an efficient manner.
Could I just add to that one, Dave, if you're okay with it, with having, you know, we had the discussion about like a project website with regular updates, and I think that's part of the communication to stakeholders. And, you know, maybe a second part of that question is, you know, what's your level of comfort in creating that? Are you willing to do that? Have you done it in the past? You know, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
And perhaps what software do they use?
Yeah, sure. What software did you use?
That
If you
we
did
would
it
have
in the
access.
past? Oh, you didn't do it in the past? Okay.
Justin was talking about in the past.
That's one of your questions, right?
Yep.
Number 8, how will you help the district determine the best approach and projects to pursue during this project? Is there a... capacity and skills?
Yeah. Yeah, number 6.
No, because that's identifying their staff.
Yeah, their supervision, their value engineering, and then I would think that we would probably ask to follow up and, you know, how would you communicate that to us?
So, what number for 8?
Number 6.
Number 6?
6 for 8?
Number 9, given the school and/or public work projects you have worked on, how many times have you not worked with the district to a project's completion, and why? I would think that's easily number 1.
Yep.
So 9 is 1?
Yes.
So? Number 10, what do you consider to be the 3 most significant challenges and/or risks to the successful completion of this project, and how will you help mitigate those challenges? Either capacities or skills, number 6. Or number 4, management approach. What do you think?
Number 9 speaks of value engineering.
Number 9?
Am I hearing that, am I reading that correctly? It's like, it's saying, what is the value, is that saying that what is the value of the engineering experience you're providing us? Or the owner's rep experience you're providing us?
I mean, the way I read that is what challenges are there to us being able to complete the project? You know, whether they be financial, whether they be location, you know, et cetera. I don't know that I would have the cost estimating and value engineering.
I think that falls under their management.
I think so too. Yeah.
Number 4, I believe, is management approach.
Which is what we're hiring.
Yeah.
Project manager. So
Yeah.
a lot should fall under that.
Right, so 10 is 4, Michelle. Number 11, how would you handle a worker / contractor disregarding instructions during the project?
6.
Number 6, everyone in agreement?
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
Okay. Number 12, please provide at least one example and outcome of a time you had to represent a client's interest in a difficult situation with an architect, contractor, or other service provider.
That's a 6 too.
I would like to combine 11 and 12, but we can go back to all this, that part in a few minutes.
Yeah, I agree with you, Fred. I
Yeah,
think
they're
it could be
the same.
worker, contractor.
Well, I think
or-
it could be worded,
Yeah, to include all 3.
you know, to include all 3, but we'll go back once we've finished categorizing. Please tell us your experience in dealing with building sites that are consistently wet or even considered marsh-like. How will this impact the design phase as well as the construction phase? I like that question because there are those challenges there.
And that goes with number, if you look, it goes with number 16. It's the same.
That could go with number 9 on the rubric.
Yeah, question, so question
Oh, that's
13
the
and
same
16 are the
question.
same.
They're the same question.
They're the same
So
question.
cross out.
Okay.
Cross out 16.
Cross out 16, it's the same.
Would the person, whoever submitted 16, if you'd like to disclose, and,
16 is the same one I submitted as 13.
13, they're
The
the
exact
same.
same thing.
okay.
Exact word.
So is everyone comfortable if we get rid of 16?
And 14 and 17.
And 14, and so, and 17, because 14 is the same. Well, wait a second.
Okay, but what was the answer for
We haven't given the answer.
13, I believe, would be number 9, cost estimating and value
I'd
engineering.
like to say it's number
I
8.
say it's, well, I think it's 4. Examples of problem-solving approaches to resolve issues that impact time and cost. I mean, it's a 4.
Okay.
Management approach. But I think we're looking at perhaps more engineering. And it does say the word experience. Would that even fall us back to number 1?
I cover them all.
So, would we go
Pick a number.
4 and 9?
I think it's 4.
I think it's 4, yeah.
4?
You wanna go with
13
4?
and 4.
4 mostly.
Okay. All right, so 13 is 4. Number 14, please tell us how you handle logistics around active town-run sport playing fields on the construction site. How you would proactively work with Recreation Commission and each of the sport board of directors during the planning process and also the construction process. I think that's a very, very important question.
So you wrote it?
No, I didn't write it. It wasn't me, whoever wrote it, thank you. No, but just knowing what the kids in this town need.
I'm just keeping it light.
You know,
That is a
you
good
know,
question.
soccer, baseball, softball. I
Very
mean,
relevant.
These kids need to be keeping busy.
Rec Commission,
There's only so much.
Recreation Commission too. I mean,
Yeah, they use it for programs, everyone uses it. What number are we thinking?
That's a 4.
4.
It's a
That's
4.
a 4? Okay.
And the last one is 15 because 17 is exactly like
Yeah,
15.
did you understand the scope of services request, and do you have any questions regarding our needs?
Well, that should be separate, should.
that was on the RFS too.
Yeah.
That was answered.
But this is their opportunity.
Right at the end of the letter.
This is an opportunity for all of us to hear it.
Right.
Say it.
And now, I don't believe there's anything against us being able to ask a follow-up question once they've answered a question, correct, Jeff?
No issues there.
No, and it doesn't have to, same follow-up doesn't have to go to the next person?
No, because it depends on how the answer.
Okay, so number 15, did you understand the
So did we
scope?
give a number to that?
Not yet.
Okay.
What number are we thinking?
I just think it's-
Number 10?
It's gotta be, if you're talking about
Respondent
scope,
showed
it's-
an understanding of the purpose and practice of building commissioning consultants.
Yep.
I mean, would that tie in enough, do you think?
I guess so.
10's awful lonely, so.
Ken's lonely?
All right, so 16 and 17, we've got duplicates, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't, why did we skip over 12?
We didn't.
We didn't.
We
Fred-
had
Fred was,
11 and 12
12
together.
and 12 combined?
Yeah,
They go together.
To 6.
They go together to 6.
okay. So, let's start just at the top. For question number 4 on here, rubric number 4, we have questions number 1, 5, 7, 13, and 14.
Okay. Then we have 10?
I've got 10.
No, and 10, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm half blind, what can I say? Do we see any duplications here?
1, 5, 7, 10 or 9, number 1.
10. Because number 9 was number 1. So we're doing question number 4 first. Just because it's the first one, so to speak.
Not question 4, the rubric.
Rubric 4.
Category.
Rubric 4. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah, I screwed up.
I'm sorry. I do that to a lot of people. So rubric number 4.
So if Don's going to do that, maybe he could just
These questions
say,
that they say you should,
where it says
you posted these. questions.
effective
So they assigned them.
information management, is that like,
Because I'm gonna change mine.
add that in there. Where- Maybe Don wants to put that.
What's that?
I'm just saying, maybe Don wants to put that in number 4, because it kind of,
Put which
well,
in
there's a
number
couple
4?
of number 4s, okay? Because, like, consider 3 most significant challenges, if you look down to question 10. That's almost the same as the examples of problem-solving approaches to resolving issues. I'm just kind of looking at all of them, so that it's kind of there already. So is number 4 there already, is what I'm asking.
Right, and that's-
Question number 1, is that there already?
What is the most important thing a project manager does? We're on rubric number 4.
Yep.
And we're going down our list of questions. So the first one was number 1, which is what is the most important thing a project manager does. The second is question number 5. What actions would you take if the project is falling behind schedule or exceeding the project's budget? Very different. The third question for number 4, describe your various stakeholder involvement in these types of projects. Is number 7. Number 10 is the next number 4. What do you consider to be the 3 most significant challenges and/or risks to the successful completion of this project, and how will you help mitigate those challenges? And similar but different, because we're asking them to, what homework they've done on our town at the same
So,
time.
but what I'm saying is, like, if you look at question number 5, that we put a number 4 next.
Yeah,
And you look at examples of problem-solving approaches to resolving issues that impact time and cost. That's really that question.
okay,
that could be
what number is the
substituted.
second one that you just said?
That's,
she's saying that number 5,
Yeah,
I'm saying question number 5 goes on the rubric right here. Look on the rubric for number 4.
right.
So that's the same question, basically, is what I'm saying. So it's already kind of asked. if you want to just,
Well, yeah, but we don't have to ask these questions.
no, but I'm saying it's already printed there is what
Yeah.
I'm saying, so, you know, rather than, that's just just trying to make it quicker.
I mean,
So are you gonna ask these instead of those?
I would say unless we don't have a corresponding number to that question, we're not asking the question that's on the rubric.
Yeah, we're not asking any questions off of this.
Well, like for instance, I think it's, you know,
If we don't
number
have-
7, current workload. We don't have a number 7 here.
So we have to ask.
So we would ask that number 7 if it's the will of the committee.
Right. So, yeah, we don't have 2, 3, 7, 9, 11. So my question is that, I guess, and this is gonna be an interest of time, and I don't mean anything bad, if, I agree with what's happening, so if we could agree on the title of the person asking the question on the original sheet, just hear me out. So, for example, Fred would start, and Fred would ask the questions that go along with number 1, because there are enough of them. And then we'd move to Bob Curran at number 2. If Bob doesn't have his own question to go with knowledge of Massachusetts state building codes, which, let's say he doesn't right now, he would ask the question on the paper already typed. If Bob does, he asks his question to each, he asks his question to each group. So like number 2 is Bob's, if people agree.
And while you're on that, I have 2 questions that I want to ask on my own, and I don't need to ask, can you give an example of your knowledge of a particular code?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So if you just were to
Is that okay if I ask it my
Yeah,
way?
we
but
have to
I'll
put
be-
those down.
Yeah, and you just have to ask
So
them.
that we can grade them.
Well,
But
you're gonna-
yeah.
Do you need it in writing?
We just need to record it, so we ask the next person the same thing.
I'm going to, I'll ask it off of what I wrote down, and
Okay.
then I'm only gonna I'm gonna ask the top question, I'll ask that, because that is something that is in the rest of everything. And then I'm gonna add 2 other
Okay,
quick
so we
questions.
have to categorize those questions though.
And they're going to be in knowledge of building code.
Right, okay,
Okay,
perfect.
so-
So Bob's gonna handle building code, and you just have to make sure Michelle has,
Well, one of them could leak over to the green building experience, because it's regarding building code and energy, but,
so that would be Beth Stapp, and you'd slip her that question.
yeah.
That's what I'm,
Lincoln?
I just suggest that, so as far as like 2, 3, maybe I guess to a lesser extent, 8
Categories?
and 11 categories in terms of the rubric, we already know that. Because, I mean, in my opinion, because of their, what they put in. So like,
I didn't see.
so we can, if there's some things, Bob, this is your area of expertise in a lot of these areas. If there's some things that you think we don't know, great. But I think for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, with my general knowledge of the green building code, I've got it answered already. So
See,
is that?
I don't, so.
And I'll ask a simple question, which will make sense when I ask
But-
it, and will make sense when they answer it.
Did everybody, I know there wasn't much time, but did everybody get these?
They were in
No.
the drive.
Right.
They were in the drive, but I didn't have time, sorry.
100% you didn't have time. I hear you.
Stuff going on, so
Yeah, I
I
get
did
you.
not.
I
So
understand.
I don't know the answers.
I understand.
to everything. And I think the problem is that people assume that everybody knows everything and has read everything, and I think that's not a good assumption. really.
100% agree. I mean, it speaks to doing the interviews later.
Their
but Here we are.
presentation is gonna be
It was very quick,
wealth of knowledge.
100%.
okay?
Yeah.
Let them do it. The questions at the end, maybe some of these will be redundant because they answered them 4 times during their presentation, but we'll be fine.
Okay, so.
So the
you-
question is do I need to write these questions down so everybody has it? Or is it, I just ask
No,
the
as
same?
long-
Well, they need to be written down so Michelle has it. She's the one who needs it.
Absolutely. Bob, you can ask, we'll be fine.
I'm going to ask another question other
didn't
than
hear
what
what
number
Jeff
11 is, if I'm the one asking that question, because that, like Lincoln just said, that's already answered.
Okay, so
I'm
what,
going to ask a question about how to get reimbursed from MSBA, so that, ask them to step us through it in a reasonable amount of time.
okay, so you write that down, that would be,
That would be number 11.
Number 11.
If I'm the one
Financial
asking that
stability,
question, I don't know
okay.
if I am, but.
John,
So, in other words, if you write it down and where we're gonna score it, so Michelle can have the category
I have the question, yes.
on the rubric.
I could say what the question is right now if you wanted. Do you have any experience with MSBA's pro pay reimbursement procedure? Please explain your experience and how it had gone in a recent, recent project.
Yeah.
I probably want to go there.
Or
Just ask-
elaborate on the procedure.
Pro pay, and again, that's how MSBA pays the school district back.
Okay. Did you get that, Michelle?
Because they've already submitted what's on the rubric. They've got the current balance sheet. I have it, don't worry.
No kidding.
Yes, she is everything.
She's good. She's real good. Okay, so, and you've got yours in 11. Bob, we've got yours in,
2.
2? Both in 2?
I think, yeah, because these are targeted for building code issues, but.
Okay. All right, and we will ask the green building experience. I think that it's important for us to hear out of their mouths about green building.
Yeah, the other part for this committee to remember is that's part of the code now. Energy performance is part of the building code. So
Yeah.
you don't have to get hung up on that. They have to
Okay.
meet criteria. If they want to go to what's considered a Energy Star type building.
Or a LEED
then
LEED
or LEED,
certified?
yeah, then that's extra, and I think that's something we should target, we should strive for.
Okay, so I have that in my question, but if they answer it ahead of time, I'm not gonna ask
Yeah,
it.
they're going to explain what LEED is and all that, but there would be no, it would be crazy for us not to encourage a
Oh,
lot of things.
absolutely, but what I'm saying is if they talk about it in your question, then I don't need to ask it.
Yeah, I can guarantee this new school has,
And your question is on
Solar
this
panels.
list or not on this list?
No, I'm staying with what the green ones were, because I thought that was
Okay.
important to me.
All right, so you can, I don't need to ask any questions myself. I'm very fine with everyone else in the committee asking their questions. Do we want to assign questions to people? In other words, okay, question 1, who would like to ask that? And we'll start with whoever submitted, who
you
feels
want to,
strongly
we'll
about
start
it.
Happy
this way
to.
and go around this
Yeah.
way?
The thing is, Fred, if it's gonna go into number 4, yeah, so,
That's
you
yours.
know, there's already points there, so
Oh,
how do
Dawn's
we,
yours.
so that.
We're gonna
instead
add
of
that
the-
to it.
Just add it to it, or, because some of those questions might not be asked, or that's what I'm getting a little confused
Well,
at.
like, for questions 1 and 4, I don't see us asking any of the things
That are
here.
here, okay,
Okay?
Okay.
Other than being able to plug in, you know, we probably do want to ask the 2 lower rungs, and anything else we ask is worth 3 points.
okay.
Because the 2 lower rungs are worth 2 points, and we want to stay consistent with their scoring system. That's all. Ernie?
Beth, I think what we're gonna see on our first company come in, they're gonna stick to the script.
Yeah,
They're gonna talk, from 1 to 11. That's how they're gonna do their program. That's my opinion.
They're going to speak to that, then we're going to ask questions.
Yeah, I think that's their presentation, so
So,
I think those
Hey,
questions
answer
so
will
if
be
the questions are
answered.
answered, we don't
we
need to
don't, I don't think you need to ask.
We're going to ask them if we're going to ask them.
Mr. Galvin?
So just to go off a tangent on that, how long are we gonna give them to present? And then how long are we gonna allow them to answer questions? Because right now we have like 25 questions.
We can't cut them off. We
No,
gotta
no,
ask
we
a
don't.
We
question.
have 45 minutes, we've basically given them basically 2 minutes a question.
We
So
can
my
ask
question is,
them,
do we wanna limit, do we wanna get?
we
rid
can
of-
ask them if they can, answer the questions within 120 seconds.
I think you're going to see some of these questions answered in their presentation.
Yep.
Yep.
And then you can eliminate them. So,
You'll have to ask them again.
so I
Exactly.
think we go along with the signing anyway, so people feel comfortable.
Yeah, as far as how long their presentation is,
Let 'em roll.
I would assume it's 15 minutes.
Probably, yep.
You know, and then the rest of the time for us to ask questions that we need to ask.
Yep.
Let's get our first candidate in, and we'll go from
Do you
there.
want to sign the questions, or how do you want to handle that? I don't have a preference, but I'm just wondering how it's going to go
Yeah.
from one interview to the next.
okay.
We just wanna have one person read questions?
I'd be happy with that.
Well,
You could do
so
that.
I'm just saying, if you're
All right.
saying that Fred, if you're gonna do number 1, then you're gonna read the questions for number 1.
Yeah, I don't want to particularly read any questions. But, okay, so let's take question number 1. Who would like to ask it? Let's just go down the list here real quick.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3.
I'll ask him, what doesn't
Okay,
matter.
so you're, Chris Scriven is question number 1.
And which is category 4, so,
Correct.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter though, just the question can be asked.
I think this is gonna get confusing.
Yeah.
Okay, question number 2.
We should go in order from this score sheet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So all the questions for
Okay.
the category
Right,
number
one.
1 should go first.
First,
Okay.
so
Then two,
there's
then
4
three.
questions.
So Chris
Okay,
can
so I'm
ask
fine
all the
with that.
Is
questions on
Chris
the
gonna ask
category
all
one.
4 questions?
Sure. Yeah.
Fred,
I'll do whatever
All
I'm
right, so
told.
Chris will ask the questions for category 1.
Yep.
Category 2, who would like to ask those?
Bob, sure.
Well, Karen is here.
Okay.
Fred, can I just interject here? I mean,
Sure.
we're likely to elicit some information that's just not relevant to just category 1. I think it's what's more, I mean, it's going to be 1 and 4 and 6, so I don't, if we have, this is my opinion. If we feel like from their presentation, and Bob feels, he's the expert on this, that we know everything we need to know about their knowledge of the Mass State Building Code, we don't need to ask a question about it.
Oh, he's not.
That's all. I just
He's
want
not
to,
gonna.
okay.
Right, yeah.
All right. I just feel like we're like, oh, okay, now we're going to ask.
When we get to your question, if you feel that your question was already asked and answered,
Yeah,
if this is already asked and
Say pass.
answered,
Just say pass.
yeah,
just,
okay.
but yeah, I think you have to ask it so that you can be consistent, because what if one company answers it, and the next company,
That's my
now you
concern.
can't ask
Well,
it?
sure, but I mean, if they answer it in their presentation, great, we don't need to ask it again. If
No,
they
but
don't, then yeah,
But
we
you
do.
have to ask all the
Sure.
So you can say, we
agree.
did have this as a question for you. I believe it's been answered. I think that that would be a proper way to do that.
Sure.
Jeff, did you hear that conversation?
I did not, I was bringing Bob to that.
Okay, so we have to ask the same questions to every candidate. So let's just say our first candidate that comes in has answered the question that we would have had. Don't we still have to verbalize that question and we can follow it up with, yes, you did answer it within your presentation?
I think you can. I think that would cover
Do
it.
we have to so we can ask that question to the next person?
I think you can. You could say, this was the question we were going to ask you. You covered it in your presentation.
Makes sense.
And then it goes to the next person didn't, so we asked the question.
Yeah,
So it's
cover the
covered.
bases, that's-
Exactly. So we want to make sure that we ask.
That's my opinion, and I think that's.
I think that's a safe way of doing it, so someone can say, well, wait a second, they asked me that, but they didn't ask them that.
My question was this,
Yeah.
Mr. Collier, whatever, you covered it, thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Scriven is going to ask the questions that have been labeled number 1.
Yep.
Mr. Curran is going to ask the questions that have been labeled number 2. Number 3, knowledge of Commonwealth procurement. I don't know that we have anything here, but would John Stambrook had a question that I think would be categorized in number 3.
No, he's number.
John, would your question was,
That was more like a financial question for number 11, that the ProPay is the way MSBA pays us back, so
Okay.
it really doesn't have much to do with
All right.
procurement.
Does anyone have anything for number 3? Or do we just read that question?
If I can,
Yeah.
I think we should stick to the categories and the person asking the questions in the document that everyone has. If not, I think this is going to get kind of
Right,
confusing.
that's what I thought we were doing.
Meaning you stick with 1, Fred, Bob sticks with 2, and then we have written down, and everybody should have now what categories, the questions are falling into. Number 4, Don, you're gonna have a little work to do because obviously we added some in yours, but at least that way we know who's going next.
I agree.
I think if we start jumping
Mr.
around,
Scriven starting off with number 1. Bob's number 2.
No, he's proposing to do it a different way.
Yeah, go back to this sheet.
or we, if you don't wanna speak, we'll write Chris in, because
Oh,
he doesn't have any.
yeah.
But then I would say, let's just go.
I'd be happy
In
to
other
do
words,
whatever
we're
you
going to
want.
ask off of this?
No, but, like categories, we're gonna stick with this. And we don't need to ask these questions because we've added other questions in section 1. So you don't need to ask those. 2, Bob will ask his 2 questions.
Yeah.
Lincoln will just make sure we're hitting everything on the rubric. We'll ask,
Yeah, I mean, the Commonwealth, the procurement, I mean,
Yeah.
again, I don't think we have any, I'm good. We
right, but for anybody who hasn't
Sure.
had the opportunity to read it, I would say, if you've added a question and it's fallen into a category, the person whose category that's here reads that question.
And just, and they can say, we've answered that with a
Right.
thing, so
For
that's.
you, Lincoln, we'd ask that you do read your question just to make sure for the people scoring at home and here
Right,
tonight.
because you do have to say, here is the question asked, here is how they
Right.
answered it. You have to-
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So Chris would ask the questions of the categorized number one.
Right, but I'm saying if we're jumping around now, people, like, Chris doesn't have, luckily Chris didn't have a question, but if he did,
Oh, no, he's gonna read all the ones with the number one.
all right.
Fred's not gonna.
So you're not gonna.
Fine with me, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Or I'll read it, I don't care.
Chris, cross out Fred Small, put Chris Scriven, and we're okay.
I'll start off and do question number one, I don't care.
These ones,
Chris,
and then jump over to the ones over here?
No, I was only gonna go, in my mind, I was assigned the number ones that we.
Yeah,
And then I was. gonna
right,
read
the
them.
number ones that are on this
And
sheet.
then you're
and
gonna.
then let's just stay in order.
No, I would have
Dave,
to,
if
but
you
I
get
wasn't
to-
planning on it.
Don't have to, then Bob, all you're doing is,
I've
your
got
two
two
questions that we've assigned to number two, they just don't happen to be printed here.
Right,
Okay.
Lincoln, you do have to ask.
No,
that
and I'm
question.
going to change both of them, so.
I'll have to ask number
You're gonna
five.
ask your questions, but
I gotta,
they're
I
asking
gotta
everything.
read a better question.
That's all. And Dawn,
It's gonna help us score it.
we don't have anything in number three, so we're gonna let Lincoln do number three with procurement.
Correct.
Okay? Number four, management approach, Dawn.
Right.
Okay, so you're gonna read all the questions that we've identified in number four.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
You're gonna jump over
We don't have a number five here, key personnel. I'll be glad to ask these if you want.
It says Randy.
Yeah.
Oh, Randy, okay.
Right.
So Randy's gonna do that.
Trying to shut them up.
Number six,
It's Dave.
A lot of them there.
Mr. Cordero. Number seven,
Is gonna be John Galvin.
Mr. Galvin.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't have any questions from this list.
Correct, but whatever, and just remember, whatever question you ask, if it's not this one, you ask 3 times. And make sure Michelle has it.
Yeah, so he's gonna ask, identify the response current and projected workload for project estimated cost in excess of $1.5 million.
Yes.
Okay. Number eight, green building experience.
Best staff.
That's me.
Okay, that's Beth.
That's perfect for you.
Number nine, cost estimating and value engineering. We have nothing on our sheet.
Rich Boca.
Yep.
Rich? Yep. Okay. Number 10, consultancy.
Ernie.
You got the extra question there, Ernie.
Yep.
Number 15.
Okay.
Stanbrook has a
Stanbrook
letter.
wraps it up.
And financial stability is John Stambrook.
But there is a question, number 15,
Yeah.
for Ernie to.
Yep,
Yeah.
Correct.
I got it.
I know what company. So,
Okay.
we have the company
Yay.
money.
Let's do this.
Yeah, let's get this, go.
Sorry, just have one more question.
Yep.
I'm gonna read all these ones we designated as
Identified
number one. Your questions, my.
Forget about that.
Okay.
That sheet doesn't exist.
There you go. You ready?
It does,
Fred, you good?
The way-
Okay.
They're waiting for you.
Oh, Rosa. Please.
Good evening. My name is Joel Seeley with Sims Manning McKee, and I'll be your project director.
Hi everyone, my name is Tracy O'Connor and I'll be in charge of community outreach.
Before we begin, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to interview for the Whitman Middle School. We feel this is a very exciting project, and we're very excited to be able to participate as your OPM. Tonight, we have a presentation describing who we are, our understanding and approach to the project, and our commitment to you, the Whitman-Hanson Regional School District, and the town of Whitman. Tony Diaz, who is our on-site project manager for construction, would have been here tonight and presenting with us. However, he has jury duty this week and couldn't make it. A little background of Sims Manning McKee. We're a fully integrated project management architecture, engineering, commissioning, sustainable design firm that specializes in public school construction, K through 12 schools. Over the last 2 decades, we've put in place over $2 billion worth of school projects, approximately 70 K through 12 projects. We're a multidisciplinary firm of 210 professionals and 45 lead accredited professionals. Our philosophy in providing OPM services is that we can provide expertise at any moment along the path of a project. Certainly project management expertise, but we'll be able to draw in any of our architectural or engineering design folks to help move along issues, certainly review the documents that are being submitted, assist in permitting with our civil engineering team that focuses on permitting projects, as well as educational planning and programming, and community outreach. We believe in a collaborative, teamwork-based approach for all projects. These are large, complex projects, and without working together, we really believe it makes it much more difficult. And a collaborative approach is really what we try and stress. We only provide OPM services for public K through 12 projects. We believe that that's where we have significant expertise and we can provide great value to our clients. And all of our projects are principal-led. So you'll have principal-led leadership. That's me on the project from day one, providing guidance and advocacy. A little more about our team. Tony Diaz is our on-site project manager. Phil Poinelli is our nationally recognized educational planner. Phil's programmed and planned over 80 K through 12 schools across the region. Mark O'Brien is our director of commissioning, being that we also perform commissioning services for multiple clients, including the MSBA. We really know what the services are that the MSBA commissioning agent are to provide to you. The MSBA provides you a commissioning agent during the design and construction phase at no cost. And we really know what their services are, and Mark really will oversee to make sure they're fulfilling their obligations. And Martine Dion is our nationally recognized Director of Sustainable Design. And as we get into further discussions during the design phase relative to your desires and intentions relative to sustainable design, energy efficiency, Martine will help lead us and the design team to make sure that we're reviewing and investigating all aspects of that component of the project. Our belief is that successful projects have great communication, and we take that on as a particular role for being your OPM. We don't just forward emails. We engage in all aspects of communication across all aspects of the job, no matter what they are, so that everybody has the same level of information, the same level of documentation, so that we can have complete and coherent conversations, whether it's the school building committee, select board, school committee, the contractor, the architect, the neighborhood. It's our job to make sure communication is at its highest.
Our approach to community engagement begins at the very beginning of the project. It's a transparent process that is built on trust. It's our job to make sure that the information is clear, understandable.
I'm just having a hard time hearing you, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That's the cable, this is like, so
Oh.
that's the cable pickup, so it's talking to the mic.
But
just
speak
a little
louder.
louder.
Okay, I'm sorry. The math, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, so we're going to keep the information accurate and stay on message throughout the process. It's a full team effort that involves a partnership between the MSBA and the Office of Campaign and Public Finance. We will work with the school building committee to identify all community stakeholders in the process. It is important that we meet with these stakeholders throughout the project as information is changing. We recommend that you guys create a formal PR subcommittee, and the subcommittee is charged with spreading information about community engagement. Our community engagement toolkit is shown up on the screen, and I also provided a larger handout to show some of these photos in more detail. Community engagement, we have done pre and post pandemic. We are currently working with, over the last year and a half, the town of Stoneham on their high school project. All PR, subcommittee, school building committee, board meetings, and community forums have been virtual. The last couple of weeks, the project overwhelmingly passed the town meeting vote and is now moving forward to the ballot vote on November 2nd. The project website is the most critical part of our community engagement toolkit. It's where all of our information is kept. Meeting minutes, agendas, reports, the latest images, FAQ documents are all uploaded to the project website. We will make sure that project QR codes to the website are added to all materials directing the community back to the project website. We have managed websites on all of our OPM projects, whether it was a town site, a school site, and we are comfortable making edits to the site and uploading documents. Community meetings, table talks, and community surveys are a great way to get input from all stakeholders across the town and answer any questions. Social media, especially Facebook Live, allows you to live stream events, community forums, and this reaches a wider audience than an in-person meeting. You can answer questions live as the event is happening. Town events, I'd like to capitalize on your annual 4th of July celebration here in Whitman. It's a great opportunity to have a booth, answer questions, hand out informational flyers, and address any concerns that the stakeholders have. As it gets closer to the vote, we will help prepare a project roadshow kit, which would include all of the upcoming events and who would be manning those events. Informational videos are extremely important in this digital medium world that we're living with now. It brings a larger audience to view exactly the conditions of the school. You can do interviews with teachers and students and staff, and the community can understand the constraints of the building itself, the constraints on learning, any efficiencies that the students are having, or any wishes for the project. Once these are created, they can be published on the local television as well as YouTube and social media, all linking back to the website. We can also utilize the Whitman-Hanson Express and post press releases, updating on critical milestones or any other events that are happening to get the word out. And finally, we cannot forget about our most important stakeholders, teachers, staff, and most importantly, the students. We will be meeting with them throughout the entire project to gather their input, their wishes, and understand any concerns that they have. And we will also be doing this throughout the lifetime of the project, not just as the project is in design, but in construction as well.
We understand your project. We've done a lot of research over the past few months to really understand what you have for an existing building, your site, and what your program is. The building is constructed 1972. It was all electric at that time, and you converted it to dual fuel in 1987 under the Noresco grant. Renovation in 2000 with a small addition, mainly the administration and the library, bringing you to about 108,000 square foot. The building is a 20th century educational layout, though. It's a building of its time. And as we go through the design process, you'll want to make sure you're looking at different models that might contribute to your educational curriculum. The building does have significant water infiltration, whether it's at the exterior walls, particularly at the cafeteria, or your roof, where you have 3 layers of roofing that have been put on over the years. And while the site is 26 acres, you've got 12 acres of play fields that have significant use. This is the hub of your community, is this school. But in the spring and fall, they're soft. And that's really due to the nature of its location and how they were originally built. So you have very limited use in the spring and fall of some of your fields. And certainly the one-way in, one-way out roadway provides doesn't provide for, but it creates traffic congestion for you in the morning and the afternoon. And so there's a lot more information that you have of your building and your site that we'd like to learn from you, but we feel like we have a good running start. Understanding what the scope of the study is really is one of the main areas that we've been focusing on. With the MSBA, they're going to want you to study under their feasibility study some non-construction related options. That is redistricting, is it possible? Available space in other school districts, rental or acquisition, and regionalization. A lot of those are simple to answer as a district, but you'll need to answer them as part of your feasibility study and put thought into those answers as far as the MSBA. And then with the construction-related options, there's a code repair option in which you have no educational improvements, no additions, but it's simply bringing that building up to code. And what does that mean and what does that cost? Because MSBA wants to know that to establish a baseline against all other options. So we'll have to do that as it relates to the construction-related option. Then there's a renovation-only option with no additions, renovation and addition, and new construction. And so we'll need to have an overlay of those 4 elements across your overall program, of which you have 2 scenarios. One is option 1, which is a grade 5 through 8, 675 student school. The benefits of this are really, really nice. You move the 5th grade out of Duval and Conley, creating capacity in those 2 elementary schools for your full-day kindergarten program. We understand in your immediate neighbors, you're the only one that doesn't have full-day kindergarten. You offer half-day kindergarten. So just for parity's sake, it sounds like it's a really good win-win situation for you. And it also aligns the middle school with the Hanson Middle School in a 6 through 8, so that all of your middle schoolers can matriculate up with the same level of experiences, of growth, and education when they get to your regional high school, to this building. Option 2 is a 515 student, grade 5 through 8. No change in the grade configuration or your elementary schools, but you remain and your curriculum as it is today remains at the Whitman School. So there's no real changes in your curriculum program related to that. It's a smaller school. It's smaller than your current population. I believe you're around 549 students, plus or minus. So the MSBA 10-year enrollment projections that you worked with during your eligibility phase must have been showing some trends a little bit downward in order to agree upon a 515 enrollment. And that's okay. That's okay. It's the target that we'll design to, that we'll make sure the designers are understanding, and certainly getting cost estimates related to that size of school. Looking a little bit further in just placement of whether it's new construction or renovations and additions on your site, we really need to make sure that your design team understands the implications of your surrounding resources. You've got Meadowbrook, which is running along the east side of your property. Would be on the bottom of the screen, which has 2 respective influences on your site. One is the flood plain that is adjoining the Meadowbrook River, and then the other is the riverfront setback. And we'll need to make sure that the design team, that you and the design team understand those sort of implications to the site and its developmental impacts to be able to make sure we're planning appropriately. And then certainly on the west and the south side, you've got bordering vegetated wetlands with their attendant buffer zones. Those are in yellow. So all of those we'll need to make sure we understand during the initial phases of the study, so that when we're talking about building additions or new construction, how do those relate to not only keeping your building operational and keeping your buses and your parent drop-off flowing, but also where will the contractor enter the site? Where will the contractor have staging and laydown area? How much is available to utilize, knowing that there's the potential impact to your fields for at least the duration of construction. And I know that, and we know that it's highly used. And so there's a fine line as we go through these study options about what are the pros and cons of having downtime on the fields versus placement of the building versus placement for contractor parking and contractor access. So lots to be studied. We'll take all that on with you and the design team in developing overall phasing plans to understand just really what are the implications of your options. So our approach to the project is to facilitate communication and collaboration, plan the work, control the budget, and ensure quality construction. In planning the project, we want to make sure we all understand the steps of the MSBA feasibility study. There's the PDP, or preliminary design program phase, which there will be defining, you'll need to be defining your educational program. MSBA is going to provide significant oversight on your educational program to make sure it meets what their criteria is. Investigating the site absolutely has to happen in this phase, developing and describing all the various options so that you end up with multiple options, that you'll end up with ranking your top 3 at the end of the PDP phase. You'll then submit that to the MSBA staff for their review. The next phase is the PSR, or Preferred Schematic Report, in which you'll take those top 3 and whittle it down to your preferred single option. That will then get submitted to the MSBA, and the MSBA Board of Directors will actually approve that submission. And your schematic design is to take that one single option, develop it in great detail, looking at under all of the rocks to make sure that you have no hidden costs, because that's the one that you're going to develop your overall project budget on and bring to your voters. So in looking at the schedule and how to plan out a schedule, it's really dictated by the MSBA Board of Directors meetings. So you have 6 meetings a year. They have two approvals of your feasibility, one at PSR and one at schematic design. So we need to make sure we're scheduling our timeline to match up with those board meetings so that we can ultimately get to the right date for your town appropriation votes, whether it's town meeting followed by your ballot vote. So one of the first things that we'll do is work with you to assist in the selection of the designer. The designer selection is not at the local level, it's at the state level, it's at MSBA. We'll want to work with you, though, to understand what's important to you relative to your designer. What is the criteria? What are you looking for? And we will then write the RFS, or Request for Services document to memorialize those criteria that are keen to you. It makes your committee. We'll want to make sure we follow the MSBA procedures. And some of the items that you might want to consider are the designer's recent middle school experience, how client-centric they are versus design-centric, community engagement, how well do they engage with your community, and through references, and how well can they plan projects, particularly this site, which has a fair amount of complications relative to planning and wetlands and riverfront resources. So this is a little small on the screen, but this is our overall schedule. This was in our proposal. Retaining the OPM up until the beginning of December. You're looking at an OPM panel meeting with the MSBA. Get your OPM on board. Then they'll work with, hopefully it's us, we'll work with you to craft the RFS for the designer. The designer on board in March 2022, the PDP submission in June 22, PSR submission in October 22, and the schematic design submission in July 23, leading up to an overall town meeting vote in the fall of 23, would be your special fall town meeting, followed by a ballot vote for Proposition 2.5, should you need that, which you most likely would. Our approach to cost control is to understand the deliverables that the designer is providing at each and every step of the phase of the project, whether it's feasibility, schematic, design development, or construction documents. And we'll provide a quality review of those with our in-house team of architects and engineers that specialize in K through 12 projects. And we'll provide a peer review to make sure those submissions are full, accurate, complete, and they represent what your goals and desires are. And then we'll provide cost estimates of each one of those submissions to make sure that from the early on stages, feasibility and schematic design, which sets the budget, to confirming estimates in design development, and it's 60% contract drawings and 90% contract documents, to make sure we are on budget. Because we know that as the further you go along the timeline for projects, the harder it is to make changes to stay within budget. So we really want to make that early on, make sure we're scoping the project appropriately and making sure we're estimating the project appropriately. This is the moment where Tony Diaz, our on-site project manager, would speak. I'm going to speak for him. We're an active participant during construction. We don't believe in sitting in the trailer. We are constantly walking around the site, watching the construction, observing, making sure the contractor's building by the contract drawings. If there's any questions, we'll get the architect on the phone. We'll have the contractor submit RFIs. But it's our job to constantly walk around the site. We'll also coordinate the commissioning agent in any testing labs that you'll have during the course of construction, whether it's soils, masonry, steel. All of those testing labs will be coordinated through our office. And we'll serve as the neighborhood and school liaison. We know we're in a dense neighborhood. There's going to be construction traffic. We're going to be against your existing school, and significant focus needs to happen in liaising with the neighbors and your school, and certainly having a meeting every morning with the principal just to make sure we're not impacting education. We have a lot of reporting to do during construction, daily field reports, weekly construction minutes, photographs. Wage rate compliance and quarry compliance is something that we take seriously. That's our job, to make sure the contractor is complying with those elements of the project, and that's just part of our job and part of our services. And lastly, schedule and cost control starts really with the schedule of values of the contractor, making sure it's sufficiently broken down so that everybody understands all of the elements that are included in the construction process. Because with that sufficient breakdown, we'll be able to understand what they're billing, have they completed that amount of work for that billing, or not. Certainly tracking all changes and participating in any changes during construction. There will be changes during construction. You're trying to represent a two-dimensional drawing for a three-dimensional building. The architects aren't perfect. There will be change orders, and so it's our job to make sure when they happen, they're fair, they're reasonable, and they're expedited to make sure we're not impacting and causing any delay to the construction. And then lastly, FF&E coordination. When we open up the building, you're going to have a significant amount of educational technology and FF&E moving into that building. It's a lot of coordination to make sure those semis have a home, that they're delivering the furnishings and technology in an appropriate way, safe way, and complete way, and it's our job to coordinate all of those vendors. So in summing, our commitment, provide principal leadership throughout the entire project. I'm a principal of the firm. I've been with the firm for longer than I care to admit, and that's what we say as it relates to our OPM clients. you'll have that level of commitment from our company and from myself. Achieve the most fiscally responsible solution. There's going to be a lot of options, and it's up to us to make sure that we're vetting them all, that you have the amount of detail that you need to really understand what they are and ask the right questions, and to be able to have the great significant dialogue. Develop the best practices for community engagement, as Tracy had indicated, and whether or not it's remote, if we're still wearing masks or in person, we'll deal with all of that, because we have been over the last year and a half. And by the way, on your handout, Tracy had mentioned the QR codes. Very important. We put QR codes on everything. The QR code for the Stoneham High School website, I think, is on there. If you want to take a peek at it, you can. That was a school department website in which they gave us access, and we managed all of the uploading, all of the information, and it works out, fabulous. Maximize reimbursement. We know that you're thinking about an auditorium. Auditoriums aren't reimbursable for middle schools by the MSBA. There might be a possibility that your stage might be reimbursable, because you would normally have a stage in a cafetorium. Those types of conversations we'll want to have with the MSBA early to make sure the ground rules are set and we understand, and you understand, where, MSBA will be coming from. Likewise, your gymnasium, you've got significant community use in your gymnasium. The 8,200 square foot is a nice size. Project of your design enrollment is about a 6,000 square foot gymnasium for the MSBA guidelines. Above that, they won't reimburse you. So you want to make sure that we have good conversations with MSBA, and you want to make sure we have good conversations within the team as well, so that you can answer the questions to your community when they ask, is this element reimbursable? Is this reimbursable? Why isn't it reimbursable, et cetera. But those two areas aren't atypical. The various communities have various historic needs. Our Framingham Middle School, we put in an auditorium. They had a significant history of performances that they just didn't want to give up on. And so they went forward with building the auditorium for that middle school. Lead a transparent process. That's the most crucial aspect, as Tracy had said. That project website will have everything on there, so that your community always has available access to all your documents, whether it's videos, meeting minutes, schedules, estimates. That is where everything should reside. Be your guide with MSBA, involve our 210-person team of experts, ensure safe construction. Be your advocate in the community, as we'll do many, many, many public presentations together. We feel very comfortable speaking to you and your community on the project, and bring our excitement to the project. Every project is unique. This is something that Tracy and I and Tony enjoy immensely, is watching a project grow from inception through construction. And with that, I'd like to thank you, and Tracy would like to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to go around the table, and we have been discussing the particular people will be asking particular questions on behalf of the whole committee. We'll start with Mr. Scrimmon.
Sure. Yeah, so I have a list of questions here I've been assigned to ask. First one is, can you give us an example of a project that that did not meet the deadline or budget, and why?
I don't have any examples of our OPM projects that haven't met the schedule or budget. I can offer an example of a design side project that we did a number of years ago that had a delay to it as it related to planning board approval. And it just, happened that that planning board meeting, that we were going for a parking space size, which was smaller than the 10 by 20, which was very old regulations, to 9 by 18. There was a little bit of friction between the planning board and the school department and the building committee, and they did not pass. We ultimately got it passed. The legal department got involved. There was a Dover amendment brought up, et cetera, so it got back on track. But that's really about the only one that I can think of that had a schedule implication that we just didn't follow that original schedule.
Okay, thank you. The next one is, you touched on this a little bit in your presentation, but could you expand on describing your typical relationship with the project owner during construction?
Oh, sure. It's a very close relationship. And the project owner being yourselves?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No. A very close relationship. As we go through the feasibility study, the design phase, and the construction phase, there's a lot of communication that happens. There's prep for the building committee meetings, in which we'll want to work with you as a chair and vice chair to make sure that we've got the right documents and the right agenda items that are coming up. We'll send out that agenda package a week before the meeting, so that gives you a chance to review it and understand it as a committee. And then certainly as we go through those meetings, we'll have a lot of conversation back and forth. Our approach is that there's no question that is out of bounds. These are very complicated projects. Everybody on the committee has to be able to speak to your community at this grocery store, at the the hardware store when you're asked questions. And it's our job to make sure that we're communicating everything about the project, so you feel very, very comfortable about where we are at any stage of the project.
Thank you. The next one is, could you give us an example of your most successful project to date?
Yeah, I will say as an OPM project was our Holbrook K through 12 school. That was a very, very unique study in that we had a 5 through 8 option, a 6 through 8 option, a 6 through 12 option, a 9 through 12 option, and a regionalization option with Avon, and where the high school was going to be in Holbrook and the middle school, the Avon's newly renovated school was going to be turned into the middle school. That was very, very complicated. It took a lot of conversation, a lot of meetings, a lot of input to kind of go through the study to ultimately get to the option that the community believed in, which was a pre-K through 12 school, which was the one and only built in the state of Massachusetts. Newly built. There was a renovation done out in Western Mass, but this was the only newly built, and it took a lot of input, a lot of communication, a lot of design with the architects. They did a fabulous job. But that was one of my fondest projects, certainly.
Thank you. The last one, I think the person who had this question, they're trying to find out if your firm has ever started a project and not completed it, and if so, how many times and why?
We have not.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Fred.
Okay. Could I just ask a follow-up to the Chris's first question?
Sure.
Your answer was, the question was, did SMMA ever have a project that did not meet the deadline or budget? Your answer was you had no examples. Is your answer that no, or you have no examples tonight?
Oh, as For our OPM projects, all of our OPM projects have met the schedule and have met the budget. The example I gave just from my own experience was a design side project that we did in the mid-90s.
Okay, thank you.
Did anyone else have any follow-up questions?
Just, Mr. Chairman, if we're keeping to the 45-minute, I have this starting at 5:40, and I've got 6:15 around right now, so we've got another 10 minutes.
Another 10 minutes, okay. Thank you for the 10-minute warning. All right, rubric number 2, Mr. Curran.
Yes, taking this on. Hi, thanks for coming. My name is Bob Curran. I am the building commissioner. The questions I have are fairly simple, but of course we all want to know about your expertise in the code, and I think it's clear by the booklet that you passed out. But and I also appreciate the fact that you put in the brochure that you knew we were green community. So thank you for that. But as you know, Whitman is a stretch energy code town. How will that affect the performance and cost of a typical project of this size?
I'll take that. Most communities are exceeding that threshold. And why they're exceeding that threshold is because MSBA offers 2% reimbursement, additional reimbursement above your 57.74 for meeting their energy performance criteria. And so that's kind of already not factored in, but it's typically done by projects to gain that 2% reimbursement, which usually exceeds those thresholds.
Okay, thank you. One other question is, how much interaction does your company have with the local inspectors, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and the building commissioner throughout the project?
Sure. Well, what we'll want to do during the feasibility phase is do an introductory meeting with the designer, with us, with your team. During the schematic design phase, after we got to our preferred option, the single option, we'll have a more in-depth meeting to review that particular option with your team to ensure that we're thinking about all of the aspects that might affect scope and cost. And really that kind of sets us up for, after the vote, after you've appropriated your overall funding, to have meetings during the design development phase and the contract documents phase to ensure that we're hearing all of your comments, that we're picking up all of the issues, so that when we apply for the building permit, it's not like you're going to see those drawings for the first time. We'll have already talked about most of those issues well in advance.
Okay, thank you.
Did anyone have any follow-up questions to Mr. Curran? Okay, continuing right along.
So briefly, regarding your understanding of the mass procurement laws, I see, Mr. Seeley, that you are an MCPPO. For the folks who would be working specifically on our project, is anyone else certified as an MCPPO? How long have you and they been certified, and have they ever been certified as, have they ever acted as an MCPPO as a public employee as opposed to a private employee at a firm?
I've been MCPPO certified since it started. I want to say at least 10, 12 years, plus or minus. Since we started to require designers and OPMs to be certified. All of the folks in the office are privately MCPPO certified. They haven't acted as business managers or public purchasing entities. And within the office, I think we have maybe 7 or 8 others that are MCPPO certified.
Thank you.
Did anyone have a follow-up question to Lincoln? Continuing right along. Mr. Essen, I believe you're up.
Yep. I want to remove this also, so
just for clarity, some of the questions we have here, what's the most important thing, in your opinion, a project manager does?
Plans the project. We want to be 5 steps ahead of everybody, and making sure that the plan is solid, that everybody is understanding what the plan is, and then continually communicating what the plan is. The schedule that you saw on the screen and in our proposal book, I don't know, had maybe 60 lines or so. By the end of the job, it's about 400, 300 lines, because we'll have detail for all of your pre-qualification process, your contractor process. If you go with CM, there's a pre-qualification, all the various steps relative to that, all your FF&E procurement and technology. So it's our job to make sure that we're well in front of the project and planning out.
Okay, great. This is kind of following up with that. If the project is falling behind schedule or exceeding the project budget, what steps would you guys take to get the project back on track?
Well, if it's during the design phase, we'll want to make sure that the designer has the appropriate staff on whether it's their consultants or their own team to meet those deliverables. If it's related to cost, certainly our knowledge of costs and our approach to value engineering and cost containment will be brought to bear. We'll work with you, the designer. If you do go construction manager, the CM might be on board by then, in which we'll work with them as well to ensure that we're really looking at all aspects of cost that won't affect your overall scope and vision, but if we can trim up where we can trim up to get it back into budget.
I'm adding one quick portion to this. Can you give us an example of some of your value engineering, whether it's for performance management or cost savings? Can you give us an example?
Sure. One I think was in our proposal that we had a community that was looking to have air conditioning in part of the building, and they had thought that they wanted to take out one of the chillers, and so we reviewed that over performance characteristics and provided guidance so that they actually downsized one just for that summertime use and increase the other to make up your wintertime heat load. And it was cost savings, and it really worked out well for the community.
Okay, anyone have any follow-ups?
No, 5 minutes.
5-minute warning?
We're staying till the 45 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Scriven?
Just one on the sheet here. Project staffing for a potential hypothetical proposed project for new construction of 100,000 square feet or renovation of 100,000 square feet. I think you're asking about your staffing for something like that? I just didn't catch that in the...
Oh, well, our team, you'll see me predominantly as the day-to-day contact as we go through the project. You'll see Tracy a lot during the community outreach aspects of the project. Tony Diaz, who will be reviewing all of the architects' submissions from the point of view of architecture. All of our engineering team that was on the list would review it, the submissions based on their engineering, whether it's technology or HVAC or plumbing or fire protection. We have all those engineers in-house. Sarah Triniello, you'll hear from a lot. She's our reports manager. There's a significant amount of reporting for the MSBA, which you've already got to know going through the eligibility period. And so during the course of that project, there's a significant amount of reports that are submitted. So you'll see that group of people, hear from that group of people a fair amount, but you'll see me predominantly as the day-to-day contact.
Okay. Mr. Lamartine is next, and I am going to caution that we are running out of time.
Sure.
So we've only got a few more minutes, and we do have a multiple more questions.
All right.
Lamartine.
In the effort of not being redundant, I'm just going to read the question aloud for anybody who might be watching, but I think you've covered this. Describe the time commitment, experience, and references of key personnel, including relevant experience in a similar project. I think within your slideshow, you have discussed that, and you've obviously listed out all your key personnel. My only one quick question to add to that, the actual field OPM, how many do you have as, Mr. Diaz, your only field on-site OPM for the company, or?
Oh, how many field on-site project managers do we have in the office? We have about a half a dozen folks that do construction. Tony would be assigned to this project as your on-site project manager. And Tony and I have done several projects together.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Lamartine?
I think that covered that question pretty well.
Okay, Mr. Cordero.
How would you handle a worker contractor that is disregarding instructions during a project?
Well, if it's a subcontractor, we would go immediately to the general contractor. And if that subcontractor, whether it was a clothing issue, a language issue, a smoking issue, that wouldn't be tolerated. And so we would expect that general contractor to relieve that subcontractor from the job site. Similarly, if it's a Corey check and they're on site without being quarried, it would be the same thing.
Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Cordero?
No follow-up there, but just a couple more questions.
Okay.
You touched on it a little bit, but if you could just give a brief response to this, and how would you help the district determine the best approach and the best approach and projects to pursue during the best approach and which projects to decide as the project goes along? We're going to have different.
Oh, okay. So, how do you select the most beneficial option, design option?
How would you assist us in doing that?
Okay, so what we've certainly will want to make sure we, as a committee, develop a criteria list that you can then assess each of your options, whether it's meets educational goals, is cost effective, utilizes the site in an appropriate way. Whatever those metrics are, we will sit down with you and help craft what those are so that you can have a ledger that you can review against each of the options. There'll be a significant amount of options that you're going to have to kind of wade through and get to your understanding of them to make sure that you have decisions. Another path that we've done with communities is do a community survey in which you'll send out to your community questions related to various options to get their feedback as well. And certainly, as the course of the study, we'll want to do a lot of community forums, whether those are in-person or remote or hybrid, to be able to gain as much community input to you as possible as you're narrowing down your decision to get to the one preferred option.
Okay, thank you. And then what sets your company apart from other companies or other teams that are competing for this job?
I think what our key differentiator is our experience in building K through 12 school projects, and that we only provide owner's project management for public K through 12 projects. And we provide senior level personnel to work directly with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Galvin, and we are going to get through our questions. We have a few more.
Sure.
And if we have to increase the time for everybody, we will do so.
Very appropriate.
But if we could keep the answers correct.
Yes.
Hi, you've identified yourself, Tony, and Tracy as our primary contacts for the project. How many concurrent projects are you primary contacts for as well? So basically, how many projects are you working on at the same time?
Sure. I've got 2 projects that are in construction. We opened up this summer, and so we're finishing those. And as Tracy alluded to earlier, we've got the Stoneham High School that has its ballot vote on November 2nd.
Was that true for all 3 of you?
Tony is wrapping up one of the construction projects, and we'll move on to another project, but when we need him to be on site, that'll be all wrapped up. And Tracy, I'll let you speak.
Stoneham, if Stoneham's successful on November 2nd, my job will be essentially done, as the PR subcommittee will still be continuing to do outreach throughout the process, but the bulk of the work was starting last May, leading up to November, so.
Thanks.
Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Gelman?
No.
Me?
Beth?
Okay, so mine was all about the green building experience. You've already, I see you have a lead person who works specifically with that, so I'm not going to go in that. But I do have a question about, does your firm have experience in applying for and tracking grant program applications? Do you have experience with that?
Yes, absolutely. The on every project, depending on the utility that is in the town, whether it's Eversource, National Grid, Columbia, et cetera, there's grant programs through Mass Save for your gas and your electricity usage. I'm sure you're very familiar with those already. But we will work directly with them. There's a charrette that needs to happen during the schematic design phase to make sure that the designers are thinking through those types of systems that those utilities would be interested in. And then there's follow-up with them during the detailed design phase, design development or construction drawings, to make sure that the design team has implemented those ECMs. And it's our job to make sure it happens. We're usually the direct contact with the utility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Beth, thank you.
Yep, so the next question is mine. So I think you answered this already, but I'll ask it for the record. So what is your knowledge, and can you give us some examples, if you would like, with some past experience around project lifecycle, cost analysis, cost estimates, and value engineering?
Yes, life cycle cost analysis is on every single project. In fact, it's a requirement of the MSBA that the designer goes through the life cycle cost process for your HVAC systems. And so there's a detailed discussion with your facilities folks as we go through those options for HVAC systems, all vetted through a life cycle cost analysis.
Thank you.
Mr. Seeley, commissioning. I noticed on the board you have somebody that's in that department or head of that department. Could you just explain the importance of the commissioning to us?
Absolutely. Commissioning is the running your system through its paces before you actually get in the building and start using it, sort of conceptually. And so the MSBA will assign to you a commissioning agent as soon as your vote passes. And that commissioning agent will review your design development drawings, your construction drawings, and provide feedback to the design team and their engineers from their experience relative to systems, relative to access to filters, relative to the DDC or the building management system, which was predominantly going to be direct digital controlled. They'll provide that level of information and guidance to the design team and to yourselves, a very useful entity. The MSBA's criteria or overall pro forma for the commissioning agent is that they'll test about 30% of your head-end equipment. Whether it's your VAV boxes or terminal devices or your boilers at both ends of the system. Several communities have hired that same commissioning agent directly to do the last 70%. And we found that to be quite beneficial. And if you would be inclined to do that, we would make sure during the schematic design phase that we had appropriate budget for you to make that happen. And so commissioning is absolutely, a great benefit to a project.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
I know that you cannot act as your own commissioning when you're the OPM, but how many clients do you actively have that you are commissioning for? Do you do that yourself?
But our commissioning group? Yeah. Well, we do commissioning MSBA projects. We're on their preferred vendors list. But we also commission life sciences, pharmaceutical type projects, very complicated MEP systems, clean rooms, again, very complicated systems. And so it kind of runs the gamut of projects, but our commissioning team is quite experienced.
John?
All set, John?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanberg?
Hi, thank you for coming tonight. My question is, can you explain briefly the procedure you use to ensure that the district gets timely reimbursement payments through the MSBA, through ProPay?
Sure. Well, what we'll want to do first is to work with your business manager.
That's me, that's why.
Oh, okay, all right, excellent. So to work with you, their MSBA will invite us in to do ProPay training. And so we'll want to get that done, make sure you totally understand their system. At the feasibility study, there's only 4 budgets. It's pretty easy. It's OPM, designer, engineering, or site investigation services, and other. Other is your contingency. So there's only 4 line items. Pretty easy to kind of manage. But it kind of gets you into the groove of working with ProPay and filling those out on a monthly basis. Where sometimes the bottlenecks are is once we have a building committee and you guys approve a warrant, we like to use warrants, but we'll work however your system is. As a building committee, approve that payment. We'll then get it to you, get it into the ProPay, and then you'll need to spit out the reports. There's 4 sections, and then that comes to us. We get it to the designer signs, checks and signs, we sign, and then get it back to you. And that process of turning those signatures around is what we can have significant influence on to make sure it gets to you. And then once it gets to the MSBA, they are very efficient. They have their own 2-week deadline that if they haven't processed it to you, they will reach out to you.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
All set. If anyone has any follow-up to anything? Just want to give the opportunity.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michelle, how long of a break did we put in for? None.
After the next one.
5-minute stretch.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to it. Everyone's stretched and relaxed. Next up, we have Colliers, pronounce it correctly.
Colliers Project Leaders.
We will let you start. We've allocated 45 minutes. The first respondent went over by about 10 minutes. So we would afford everyone that additional 10 minutes. So everyone's equal, so to speak.
Okay, we'll try to do it in under 10 minutes. Just to make it up. All right, we're live.
You're live. You're ready to go. When you're speaking, if you're comfortable and you take your mask off, we'll be able to hear you much better.
So mask off is okay?
Yes.
All right.
To your own comfort level, but for our audible level, it's appreciated.
Understood. That's a great policy. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Joe Naughton. I'm Managing Director for Collier's Project Leaders. It would be really helpful to us if you wouldn't mind going around the room. We've watched the videos and we think we're sort of familiar with your committee, but it would be extremely helpful to us if you could just reintroduce yourselves to us.
Sure. We'll start with Mr. Farrow, Assistant
George Farrow, Assistant Superintendent. I'm Paul Dupre. I'm the principal at Whitman Middle.
I'm John Stambrook. I'm the Director of Business and Finance.
I'm Lincoln Heineman. I'm the Whitman Town Administrator.
David Cordero, resident.
Rich Polkinen, resident.
Randy Lamatina, Selectman, Town of Whitman, and Vice Chair of the Building Committee.
Gotcha.
Fred Small, Chair of the Building Committee and School Committee member.
Chris Scriven, Vice Chair, School Committee.
Bob Curran, Building Commissioner.
John Nesson, resident.
Beth Stafford, School Committee.
John Galvin, Whitman Finance Committee.
Ernie Sandlin, Facility Manager.
Thanks very much. Again, as
Jeff Simonak.
Jeff Simonak.
The guy's not here.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks again. Again, as I said, my name's Joe Naughton. I'm Managing Director of Collier's Project Leaders. My job is to make sure that we have the right people in the right place for our clients to be delighted. We are not designers. We don't go designing buildings. We don't have this great design that we can present to you. We're not the builder, so we're not building a project for you. We're not putting the pieces together. We are all about process. Process is our product. If we get that right, we have happy customers. Our charge is to make sure that you're happy all the way through this process. There are going to be 3 takeaways that I want you to have from the short time that we have together tonight. And those 3 things are these. With our process-based approach, we're all about helping you guys get the right team for this project. This is a 5, maybe a 6-year journey that you're going on. We hope you're going to like us tonight. We think you will. We know we're going to like you. But one of the first things we're going to do for you is to get the right firm, the right architectural team, the right consultants to make this journey, this process enjoyable for you and efficient for you. We know you're all volunteers. This is your time. We got to be efficient with your time, and we got to be effective. So that's our charge. That's how you're going to judge us when we're done. So that's point number 1. We're process, and the first thing we're going to do for you is help you with your architect selection and get the firm that you need and the firm that you want. Number 2, community outreach is extremely important. We know that this is the Whitman-Hanson district. We know this is Whitman's building, but we know that many of you are also volunteers from the town of Hanson. And that for example, payments, I believe the invoices come through the district, and then they move their way on to the town of Whitman. They get paid. There's a whole process there. That's going to take time. We want to make sure that the community outreach, the understanding that the community has toward this project, even if you're from Hanson and you don't know the specific direct benefits, that what's happening with the project is understood, that you're getting the best price, you're getting the best quality, and it's getting done in the right amount of time. So that's it. Community outreach is key. So that's point number 2. And then point number 3 is all about financials. That was one of the things, the key takeaway for us from the last meeting that we saw anyway, was how your understanding of the project will enable you to be effective and efficient in the way you're approving invoices, the way that you can see a cash flow coming, you can see before it arrives on your desk, you know that it's going to be there, and that's up to us to make sure that there are no surprises for you. So again, it's team building, it's community outreach, and it's the financial approach. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to your project director, Ken Guyette, to introduce the team.
Great, thank you, Joe, and thank you all again for allowing us to come and present our team, our experience, and our approach. This very exciting project. My name is Ken Guyette. I am a senior director with Collier's Project Leaders. I'm going to introduce to you now the core team that's going to be part of this project through all the phases of this project. And there will be multiple phases, all the modules the MSBA puts together. First, a little bit about myself. I have been with Collier's for about 11 years. I am an architect by trade. I gave that up for Lent about 20 years ago. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, and I will be in charge of ensuring that we are providing the highest level of service to you all to the benefit of the project, making sure that we're looking at cost, quality, and schedule at all times for your project. With me today, we have John Bates, who is one of our project managers. He's also going to be assisting me on a high level with the community outreach. John?
Hi folks, John Bates, project manager with Collier's. I've been working in the Boston area for the last 15 years or so. on a variety of project types, but I really enjoy working on school buildings. My wife is a high school teacher at Silver Lake Regional, which isn't far from here, as you folks know. I know that the work that she's been doing has really inspired me to get involved in working in school buildings and projects and doing what I can to contribute to enhancing the building environment for teachers and their students. So I'm especially excited about this project because I'm just minutes away. It's local. It's important to me to contribute to something that I consider to be within my neighborhood. So it's nice to meet all you folks, and I look forward to talking more about your project. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Also with us tonight is Tao Nguyen. Tao is our financial reporting and monitoring specialist. She's our project accountant. She's also our resident MSBA ProPay system accountant. Tao?
Hi, Tao Nguyen. I'm the project accountant here at Colliers. My role is project management and reporting. I hope I can steer you in the right direction with ProPay and MSBA. Their system is very complex and very long, and I've aided in over $500 million in reimbursements, and I hope I can assist you guys too. Thank you.
Thanks, Tao. In addition to your core team, we have a very strong support team as well that we've got noted here. Phil Palumbo is one of our senior project managers. He's going to be assisting me through the entirety of the project. Ari Charles will be involved during the construction phase, predominantly as our boots on the ground, QA, QC, oversight of the construction. Teresa Wilson is one of our health and wellness experts. She's with our healthcare team, who's been instrumental in bringing cutting-edge healthcare technologies to the K-12 environment. We had a series of K-12 superintendent roundtable discussions last year, and from that we came away with 9 key points of post-COVID discussion and consideration for schools, and it was really beneficial to have her on those roundtables talking about all that cutting-edge technology that's happening with healthcare and how that can dovetail in with the school system. Adam Troidel is one of our leaders in our Green Team sustainability movement, going beyond just sustainability and focusing on initiatives such as resilience strategies and energy and carbon targets. Robert Lee, who you see here, is one of our commissioning and energy services directors. He does commissioning services throughout the Commonwealth for the MSBA and other clients, again, throughout the Commonwealth and throughout Connecticut. And he's going to be leveraged during design phase review comments that we do for design documents, as well as technical issues that come up in the field, that may come up in the field. We're going to leverage his expertise as well. In addition to everybody that I've introduced you to, we have about 120 technical professionals on staff that range from former architects, engineers, contractors, building officials, all ready and able to be part of this project if we need to leverage them at a moment's notice. So we have an extremely deep bench and one that is committed to providing the best service possible. So a couple of things that we wanted to talk to you a little bit about on the considerations and challenges about this project specifically. We understand that, as Joe mentioned earlier, a couple of key takeaways that are going to be important. Designer selection is a huge deal for us. You'll see in a future slide, it's a big chunk of time that it takes to get through to the designer selection process, and it's extremely important that we find the right designer. And as OPMs and as part of Colliers project leaders, we are not an architectural firm acting as OPMs. We are truly OPMs. That's what we were founded on. So again, we're not going to get into a situation where there may be an inherent conflict of interest between a couple of strong-minded architects that are going at it throughout the entirety of this project. We want to make sure that we're being objective and looking at this through your eyes as your technical expertise to may be able to find the correct fit for this project in particular. Just recently, when it comes to the designer selection panel, we had a meeting earlier this week on Tuesday with the District of Maynard, who's going through designer selection right now. We were at that designer selection panel meeting, and we had a series of briefings prior to that with the district, and basically advising them that unless they come out, the 3 members from the district come out strong against the designer selection panel, telling them what they want coming out of the designers, the DSP would likely go in there and pick whoever they wanted for the architect and basically turn that over to the district. Well, the district didn't want that. Obviously, they had 3 key architects that they wanted. We were able to brief them on that. We got them in front of the designer selection panel, and honestly, it worked out perfectly. We got all 3 architects shortlisted that the district wanted, and that's who we're going to be interviewing in 2 weeks. And so out of that, we really are going to have a very, very strong design team to be part of that project and make that project a success. In addition, we understand community outreach is going to be a key to success. We've been very, very blessed and successful with getting not only smaller regional school districts, but very, very large regional school districts through the vote process to get positive votes. The rest of this is really just about your project that we gleaned from the RFS and also from our walkthrough. We've got many, many projects that are like this throughout the Commonwealth that we've done before, and it would be an absolute pleasure to be able to do the same for you all as well. So one of the things I did want to have John distribute out to you right now, we took the liberty of putting together what would be your schedule for the feasibility study and schematic design phases. A couple of things to note on this schedule. This is essentially taking you through the MSBA modules 2 through 5, which is forming the team, through project financing and funding and the vote. This schedule shows the 30-month duration that you have for your feasibility study agreement with the MSBA. So we do have a finite amount of time. And as you can see from this schedule, there is a multitude of things that we're going to have to hit. And a multitude of milestones that we need to make sure that we are on top of to ensure that we get this project done timely and fit within that 30-month duration that the MSBA has for the feasibility study. The MSBA board meeting dates are noted on here, so those are again critical dates that we need to be able to hit, because there are times during the year where the MSBA may not meet for 2 months. And that has a huge impact to a schedule if we can't hit those MSBA board dates. So again, the upper part of this schedule, which is the yellow module 2, forming the team, that's essentially bringing this project through the designer selection process. So as you can see, there is a lot of tasks that have to happen just initially right out of the gate if we are able to come on board and to get the designers on board. So this one on the screen isn't meant to be an eye test, so that's why we wanted to hand one out to each of you so that, again, as a takeaway, just to kind of show a roadmap on how we move this project forward. And this would be something that we would be presenting to you at the building committee meetings, and all you would see is that current status red bar just marching its way down. As long as we're doing our job, it's marching its way down, and we're hitting all those milestones that we need to hit to get this project done timely. One of the other exhibits that we tend to do for our clients, which is extremely important, and this one in particular was for Cape Cod Regional Technical High School in Harwich, which is 12 towns, 24 building committee members, so a lot of different opinions, a lot of different ideas on what the building should be, and how are we going to get all that down and condensed down to one simple form so that we can make sure that we can get that out to the constituencies and show them that we've got consensus and that we've done our due diligence on how we came up with the ultimate preferred option. So what you see here is a simple evaluation matrix. This was actually done in real time through an online survey. We had everybody on the committee sitting around circles, similar to what you have right now. They were all on their Chromebooks. We had an online survey. They went in. We asked the questions. The evaluation criteria is on the left. It's weighted. It's criteria that the committee came up with. And then across the top are all the options, going from the minimal MSBA base repair option through repair, addition and renovation, and then new building. And as you can see from this heat map, the preferred option was C2, which shows the most green out of all the other options. And so C2 was a brand new building built on the south side of the site, about 150 feet away from the existing building. And happy to say that project was actually completed a year ahead of time and 10% under budget. So that was a huge success, especially during the pandemic, being able to do that during the pandemic. And also being able to get 12 towns to vote 75% in favor of this project was huge. So again, this is something that we like to use, again, for our get out the vote, to be able to go and show the voters. It's very easy to tell from this that we've done our due diligence, that we've got all the options on there, we show the criteria, and that C2 was the ultimate option, and they can see that we've done our due diligence, and they get a very good comfort level with what we've done as far as that's concerned. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to John, who's going to talk a little bit about community outreach. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. So community outreach, we refer to this as getting out the vote. And we use a strategy that we refer to as the rule of thirds, where we usually see 2/3 of your constituents either voting yes or no on a project. The other third is the undecideds. That's the group that we really need to reach, and we have a lot of effective tools to do that. We have social media, we have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have project visioning sessions, we have community forums. Having a robust project website with all the facts, figures, all the information that your public needs to make the right decision, that's really essential to what we're doing here. And I'll give you, well, Ken already talked about Cape Cod Tech, which is a great example. That's 12 different towns in one district, and we had to reach them all. It was an exhaustive effort using the tools that you see in front of you, social media, solid communication online, project visioning. It was all worth it because we had a positive vote, as Ken had mentioned, and the project was a huge success, as he said. Delivered a year ahead of schedule, $10 million under budget. The community is thrilled, but in a way it really all kind of started here with getting out the vote. So now Tao's going to talk to you about Colliers 360.
So Colliers 360 is our proprietary web-based software where we will manage your financials, your project schedules. This is something that you will all have access to, and have access to our document storage portal where you'll be able to get any project-related documents at any time. That means your meeting minutes will be here, your daily reports, invoicing. I know you guys had an issue where you guys were trying to figure out the best way to streamline that. And I think a Google Drive is a great idea. We can implement it in this. It's very collaborative. You guys will be able to mark up anything you guys have discussions on. And we'll be able to address your comments accordingly, monthly, in accordance with your committee meetings. This storage portal also has the ability to dictate how you want to see your financials. It's a very, interactive desktop, and you'll be able to access it on your mobile phone as well in real time, get any information that you need on the status, and we'll be able to work through that as well. And I hope that, this is a great software to be implementing in a time like this where you guys aren't able to meet only once a month, and it'll be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Tao. So with that, we're going to turn it over to you. Thank you all for your time and your attention, and we'll open it up for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And real quick, thank you for your service.
Thank you. It was an honor.
Okay, so we are going to start with...
Is that good?
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
There we go. I found my little...
So I have a list of questions here that I've been assigned to ask. The first one is, could you give us an example of a project that you've been involved with that did not meet the deadline or budget, and why?
I personally can't think of one that hasn't come in on time and on budget. I can think of one that we've had struggles with, and that's North Adams, the Coal Grove Elementary School, where we had a contractor that was coming from Connecticut, had never done an MSBA project before, and they were going to North Adams, which, while North Adams is part of the Commonwealth, it's really a land in and of itself on the other side of the mountain. So logistically, it was a challenge, and I don't think this contractor understood the logistical challenges. Thankfully, having worked in that district for the better part of a couple of years before the contractor got there, we were able to build things into the general contractor's contract to ensure that they were able to have liquidated damages if they were going to miss their dates, things that impressed upon them the need to recalibrate and give sort of recovery schedules and things of that nature to ensure that they weren't going to miss their date. And that project did come in on time and under budget as well, but it was a struggle because this contractor was very new to the process.
Thank you. The next one is, could you describe your typical relationship with project owners during construction? Like how, day to day, how's that look? What's it look like?
Extremely collaborative. You know, one of the things that I like to say a lot is honestly we end up becoming, I don't want to say family because that's too cliche, but over the 5-6 years that you're with these people, you become very, very close. You know each other's families. You've been around each other, and so it becomes very, very collaborative. We communicate a lot. We have very open communications, open lines of communications, not only with the superintendent and the staff, but also obviously with the committee and any sort of subcommittees that may come out of it, whether it's a finance subcommittee or any other committees that come out of it. So we really do have very, very strong, tight relationships with all of our clients because, you know, there's a long time that we have with them, but then there's also opportunities where they'll leave and go to a different district. They'll go to superintendents, will go to different districts that have new projects going on and things of that nature, and that lifespan just continues on as well.
Thank you. I think you mentioned one former project that was very successful, but the question is your most successful project to date.
Well, for me, that's got to be Cape Cod Tech, given the fact that it was the pandemic and we were able to bring that thing in so much earlier than we anticipated. And that was due in large part to, again, that open dialogue of communication with the client. We have an opportunity. I mean, yes, we know there's a pandemic. We know that there's certain restrictions, but all the kids were working on schoolwork remotely, so was the faculty and staff. We had a big empty building sitting there waiting to be demolished. And so that was what we were able to do ahead of time. Go in there and abate it, demolish it, get it out of there, and get them into their new building that much earlier and get them learning that much earlier in their new building. So that's probably our biggest success in my mind so far.
Thank you. The last one. Has your firm ever not completed a project? And if so, why?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scriven. Mr. Curran.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us.
I had two questions. One is the Whitman is a stretch code community. I think you probably discovered that. The question I have is how will that affect the performance and cost of a typical project of this size?
I want to hear Joe. Stretch code.
So for stretch code, there will be some impact, but what we'll show is that there will be benefits to doing it. That again, as part of this public outreach, you're going to be able to share with the community, so they'll understand why. If, for example, we go, a step further on an HVAC system, or you make a decision about something that you want to include in your project to get there. First of all, it's going to be part of this committee's decision as to what the scope of the project is, but you'll also understand what the payback is. So when somebody asks you, well, this cost us X dollars more, we'll be able to say, well, we're saving 2X on the operational side over time. So it depends. I mean, these programs often come with an upfront capital outlay, and they often, very much, depending on how you put the pieces together and crack the equation, they also deliver a return over time. So really the math needs to be done, and that's the kind of stuff that we're interested in doing. Like I said at the beginning, we're not the designers, that's not our thing. We're not the builders. We like to do the analytical stuff and the procedural stuff, so it'll bring us joy to give you this kind of a tool.
Thank you. The other question is how much interaction will you have with all of the town inspectors, mechanical, building, electrical, plumbing?
Yeah, we'll have a lot of interaction with them, as much as needed, really. I mean, we want to establish relationships with everybody that's part of this project. That's a key piece to it. So, we're going to work with them on your behalf and take that off your plate. But again, it's about relationships. It's what I love about this job is just getting to know everybody, you folks, the town. I mean, that's why I'm doing this. So my thought is we're going to have a lot of interaction with them, or as much as needed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curran. Anyone follow-ups? Lincoln.
Good evening. So I know in your submission on page 9, you go into some detail about your folks, how many folks are MCPPO certified. Regarding procurement, one thing that I think is important is having a perspective of it from both ends, both from the private sector, where you folks are obviously MCPPO certified, but then also, you know, practicing it in the public sector. So do you have anyone on staff who's practiced it, you know, as a public employee?
Off the top of my head, Rob Schmidt is one of the people in the firm that's been in charge of procurement for a large university system, public university system. Who else? Who else do we have? I think Mark Sklanka was in the public sector for a while. Who else? Who? Tony DeLuzio. Probably we could go. I'm sure we could come up with 10 if he gave us time.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, perspective is always important, and triangulation, and making sure that that the answer that you're getting is well considered from multiple vantage points. Hey, one of the things we see in this room tonight is probably if we asked each one of you what's important to you about this project, I bet each one of you would give us at least one answer, if not more. So we'd come out of here with 20-something answers to what success looks like, just as one example. So your point about the procurement, yeah, I mean, we need to follow public procurement rules, but that doesn't mean there aren't ways to improve on anything all of the time.
Thank you.
Anyone have a follow-up? Mr. Essen.
Thank you for coming. I just have a few questions also, and one follow-up to a statement that you guys made in your presentation. I'll start with the questions. What do you think the most important thing a project manager brings to a project like this?
For a project like this, I'd say experience. The MSBA is very prescriptive. To have a lot of experience in the MSBA process is extremely beneficial, and is one of the things that we're able to bring to our clients. The other thing that we do is we are able to filter out all of the distractions and present you all with the information that's needed at that moment to make a timely and effective decision to move the process forward as well. So with all that experience, we're able to move this thing along quickly.
Can you describe what actions you'd take if the project was falling behind on schedule or on budget?
So I'll talk a little bit about both, and I'll go right back to that Cold Grove Elementary School project because that's the one that just comes to mind. So again, understanding what we were likely going to be dealing with in that district, we're able to build safety guards into the contract with the general contractor. That was in conformance with MGL, obviously, to make sure that that we had recovery schedules built in there and penalties if they didn't make their dates and things of that nature. And then one of the things that we're very, very good about doing is managing to those expectations. So at every weekly owner-architect-contractor meeting, when we're sitting in a trailer going over the 2-week look-ahead schedule, I'm looking at the overall schedule and cross-referencing them back and forth and seeing if we're tracking. If we're not tracking, I'm raising my hand saying, okay guys, what are we doing about getting back on track with that one task? Give me a recovery schedule. How are we going to do this? And things of that nature. If things start to slide beyond just the letter writing campaign and those things that happen and putting them on notice, there's penalties and punitive damages that can be had to make sure that they can get back on schedule, and that's something that we'll employ if we need to. And that, thankfully, that's been the only one that we really need to do that on in all of our experience here. As far as budgets are concerned, one of the things that we do at every stage of the design process is we have 2 estimates done, and we reconcile those estimates together to get us a clear picture of what that cost is going to be. We don't move on to the next phase unless that project is back on budget. And if it's trending that it's looking like it's going to be going over budget for whatever reason, we'll look at alternates, we'll look at value engineering, we'll look at all these other things that are going to be put into place, and obviously discuss those with the committee. If that's the way going forward, then we'll make those changes and have that happen for the next phase of design and do the same thing again at the end of that phase of design. And if that's not the case, then scope is going to have to be discussed, because if you can't value engineer the project to get it on budget, then we're going to have to look at reducing the scope, and that'll be a discussion, obviously, that we'll all have at the time.
Kind of a follow-up to what you just stated. You mentioned that there would be penalties if this project lagged behind. What would constitute, what would engage a penalty? What would be a circumstance that would, in your opinion, a penalty would be warranted?
Well, if they did not hit their substantial completion date, there's liquidated damages clause typically in contracts that are, there's a punitive damage that's given against the contractor.
In today's, I guess, the era that we live in right now with supply chain issues, and I'm sure if you guys are project managing, you're seeing everywhere. How would you manage that portion?
So one of the things that we were able to do, and it was specific to Cape Cod Tech, and while we weren't in the pandemic at the time, we still had concerns about supply chain with it being out on the Cape. The Cape Cod it's very difficult to get materials out there, especially for a project of this size. So we looked at alternative ways of fabricating the building. So we went to a precast panelized system that was able to be built outside of the Cape, where it was able to be done and in storage and ready for us, so that when we were ready for it, they just trucked it in. And likewise, we have contracts and projects that are going on right now that were bid during COVID and are continuing during COVID, and they're hitting the same kind of impacts with the supply chain. And it's one of those things where we've got to work around the schedule and figure out how we can resequence the work to ensure that we're going to keep things going. And that happens on every job. Pandemic or no pandemic, supply chain or no supply chain, there's always Murphy's Law that happens on jobs where you have to resequence the work slightly to ensure that you're going to keep things moving forward and keep people busy. It's a little bit, highlighted a little bit more nowadays, but it's just the fact still remains that we have to do that. We have to be able to look at it critically and resequence work as needed.
And one last follow-up question. I was going to ask you something about value engineering. You touched a little bit about that in a couple of your responses. But this question was more on your Project 360 portal, your software to manage the project. And it's proprietary that you guys own and keep. Are you guys open to using something like a Procore or something like that? Are you familiar with using open protocol software?
Yeah, so we use all those softwares with our contractors. Our software is strictly for our interface with our clients.
Okay.
So it's got the repository on there and the web browsing features and the dashboard and things of that nature to keep you all informed. It's not something the contractor accesses.
The reason why it's important for us is because the facility team, once the project is complete, can continue using Procore or something like that. Continue updating the building or managing the building in that capacity.
Yep. Yeah.
We're using the proprietary software that you walk away with when you leave.
No, we use them all, Procore, Expedition, PM Web, you name it, we've used it.
Excellent.
Anyone else? Follow up, Mr. Lamartina.
You basically touched on this question, but I'll read it in. Describe the time commitment, experience, and references for key personnel, including relevant experience in a similar project. I think in your PowerPoint, you kind of have laid that out. My follow-up to that would just be, as far as PR, I am pretty impressed with obviously trying to deal with 12 different communities, with the VOTAC down the Cape. Did you have somebody dedicated PR, and could you touch on who your PR person is and a little bit more with that?
Sure. That's a good question. So, predominantly it was the PM team that did a lot of the outreach. But we did have support staff back at the office that was predominantly looking at social media, making sure that we're getting out ahead of any negative postings on social media, flagging those, getting the FAQs out on the website and posting those so that people can see that. Just monitoring the Twitter, the Facebooks, all those different things that are out there that could potentially harm a community outreach process. And then we would basically address those immediately, get those back out on the social media and minimize those as much as possible. But for the most part, it was John, myself, and Charlie Robertson, one of our project managers, that were out there at all the night meetings and public outreach sessions at the senior centers and at the at all the town halls and chambers of commerce and all that was going on. That was all us and the architect.
And just another quick follow-up on something you mentioned. Now, are you going to develop a plan like that? Like you said, meetings with, the community centers, with the selectmen, town meetings, morning coffees, et cetera. Is that something you set up, or?
Yeah, with your input, obviously. I mean, you all know your constituency better than we do. We'll offer suggestions on what we've done in the past, and that might be something new to you all. There might be some suggestions that you might have on how we can best attack this, knowing your community. But yes, it's a collaborative process, and we'll absolutely be right there with you on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody have any follow-ups for Randy? Okay, moving along. Mr. Cadero.
I have three questions, and your presentation was very good. It touched on all three of them, but I just want to read them into the record, and if you could provide a response. The first one is, how would you handle a worker or a contractor disregarding instructions during the project?
Well, one of the things that we do is obviously we believe in being firm but fair. So we understand that things arise, that contractors have disagreements with architects, vice versa. We have, we have our own perspective on how things should go as well, and we collaboratively come together and get those things ironed out so that it doesn't impact the project as a whole. Contractors and architects, we've worked with all of them, so they all know us. They understand how we work. We've got a very good relationship with everybody. I don't think we've ever had any issues where contractors got so fed up or frustrated with us that they walked off site, or architects doing the same thing or anything like that. So we've had all good relationships with everybody, and that's how we work. And it's, again, having that open line of communication, schedules that have milestones that everybody agrees to, and we march towards those milestones. We have to hold people accountable. They have to be held accountable. They have to hit their milestones so we can ultimately get to that end date.
And how would you help the district determine the best approach and the best project to pursue? Seeing we're going to have varying decision to make on what type of, style buildings and things like that.
Sure. So going back to that evaluation matrix, which showed a bunch of different options, the key there is really having a very detailed discussion about what that evaluation criteria wants to be, and it's specific to you all. It's not one size fits all. So, and then coming up with a weighting of that criteria so that we can have, again, that evaluation that gets compared to each option equally as we're going through, and ultimately come up with that preferred option based on that. There are a variety of different ways that we can do that. We showed you one way. It's important, again, to be able to collectively come up with that criteria. That's what really drives it forward. Is it cost that everybody's concerned about? Is it life cycle? Is it the education? Is it, what are those criteria, and what are the weights that go with that criteria that ultimately will decide what that option wants to be? With Cape Cod Tech in particular, which is that option I showed you, if you were to look at it, the financial aspect of it essentially became a non-factor, because it ended up being just as expensive to renovate that existing old 1975 building than it would be to build a new one. As hard as that may seem to be for people to understand, there was just so much with the envelope of that building that needed to get taken down that it was just as costly as tearing it down and building something new. And so that justification has to be part of that discussion as well, and that's something that we talk to the constituency about, so they understand when they're looking at that, well, why is it that this is just as expensive as a new building, and things of that nature. So that's how we'll get that point across.
Okay. And then what sets your company apart from other teams that we're considering for this project?
Well, the fact that we're OPMs, and that's all we do. Again, we're not architects acting as OPMs, and we're not contractors acting as OPMs. We are truly OPMs founded as owner's representation with the sole focus on owner's project management and commissioning and energy services, which is truly just owner's representation. And that's all we've been doing for the last 26 years.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Anybody have any follow-up to Dave? Mr. Gallivan.
Thank you. You've identified Ken and John and Tao as our go-to people. You're the ones that are going to be our go-to people. How many other clients do you currently have right now that you're also their go-to people? I mean, basically, how many concurrent jobs do you work on, currently, I guess?
Sure. So I believe John's on 2 right now. And I have a little bit of a different role with my clients typically. On my MSBA jobs, I have 2 other MSBA projects, which could be the same kind of level of effort that I give on as it would be with this one, which is averages between a day and a half to 2 days a week for those clients. And again, it ebbs and flows. It goes up and down. So it would be likely with the same thing with this venture as well. Tao's on it as much as we need her. She's probably got what 5 or 6 different projects that she's working on right now. So she's got plenty of time. We can load her up a lot more.
There are also different life cycles too. So it also ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Me? Okay.
Just a quick, just a very quick
Follow-up, and then I did as well.
Thank you. Just a very quick follow-up regarding the capacity. So you mentioned that Ari Charles, I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly, would be the boots on the ground. How many projects would he have at one time? Just ours?
He'd be devoted full-time to this project.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And piggybacking on Lincoln, because it's sort of half of my question, he'd be devoted full-time. Would that be from the time we sign the contract, or would that be only from the construction phase forward?
So as a construction rep, he would be basically during the construction phase
of the
project.
What would your company provide for representation? Let's say we start January, so to speak, so now we've got to select a designer. What would your company's commitment time-wise and personnel-wise, et cetera, be?
Sure, so I'd probably be about a day and a half to 2 days a week, likewise for John, during the design phases of the project. And then during construction, my time would probably be pared back slightly, because really I need to be the one that's kind of setting the foundation for the project as we're going forward. And then once it gets in construction, you've got somebody full-time. And Ari Charles, John will still be involved a day and a half, 2 days a week during the OAC meetings and doing all the stuff that has to happen during construction. And then during closeout, the construction rep would obviously fall back a little bit because there's no more construction going on. He'd still be involved in assisting John with doing all the O&M manuals, doing all the as-built documentation, making sure everything's in a pretty package to give back to the facilities operations side of things so that they've got a complete set of documents for the building. Yeah, so that's...
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, okay. So my question is about, basically, about green building experience. Okay, do you have somebody specifically on staff that works with LEED or CHIPS or any of those?
So so one of the things about LEED, especially with our company, again, we were founded with commissioning and energy services as part of our focus. So LEED is actually in our DNA. It's something that we do. I think we did the first 2 LEED accredited projects in the Northeast way back when LEED first started. We're actually doing a net zero project a mile and a half from my home, from my own elementary school, from my hometown. That's one of my projects. It's a net zero project. So it's really ingrained in what we do day in and day out. So we all are focused on sustainability, not only at LEED and CHIPS levels, but also beyond, whether it's well building, whether it's net zero, beyond, whatever the capacity of the community is, we have the knowledge to be able to assist with that.
Okay, and along with that, so does your firm have experience in applying for and tracking grant programs?
Absolutely. Yep. In addition to everything that we do with MSBA and LEED and USGBC and everything else, we also have rebate specialists in-house that go out there and look for whether it's energy rebates or anything else that we can find to help offset any costs to the project. And we've been pretty successful, averaging between $1 and $2 a square foot for our clients on energy rebates. So it's also something that we'll provide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Beth. Rich?
Good. Could you provide for us some examples and state your knowledge and past experience with project lifecycle cost analysis, some cost estimates, and value engineering?
Sure. So one of the things that we are extremely fluent in is the project lifecycle costs. With our commissioning and energy services team, who are obviously out there looking at a lot of these mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems. They've seen not only firsthand, what we've seen in historical reference when it comes to mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems. They see it day in and day out, so they're giving us real-time information back, not only on what the design team's telling us and what the manufacturer's telling us, but what they're actually seeing in the field. So it's a very robust program. We're often talking to them. They sit in the same office as us, so we're often having these conversations back and forth. They're involved during the design review process, where we're looking at not only the mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, but the building envelope. We have building envelope commissioners on staff as well. So we're looking at the building envelope and the parts and pieces to that, and the life cycle costs to that. And we're asking those questions of the design team. Would this be a better material to use here? Would this last longer here? What's the cost and delta benefit, and how we can present that to you all to make educated decisions on these materials and these systems. And then we have very, very strong relationships with a lot of the estimating firms within the Commonwealth that have that real-time market information, not only to get anecdotal evidence and pricing from them, but also when it comes to the estimating process during those phases of design, to really have a sit-down, all-day meeting, all-day reconciliation to talk through all the systems and what that life cycle cost is going to look like and how that impacts our analysis that we then back into presenting to you, again, to get those buy-ins and what those systems want to be. Thanks.
All set, Rich?
Yep.
Follow up to Rich?
No.
Ernie?
Commissioning. Could you explain to us the importance of building commissioning?
I can't underemphasize the importance of building commissioning. It basically runs your building through the paces to ensure that it's operating the way that it was intended to, the way that it was designed to. And if it's not, it needs to be fixed, because otherwise you're leaving a building behind that facilities crews are going to be dealing with for years and years, and it becomes problematic for them from day one. Becomes a source of frustration. Unfortunately, we've built a business on retro commissioning as well, which is when you go back into a building that was never commissioned in the first place, and you're resetting everything back to the way it was originally intended to, and make sure that it's going to be working going forward. We don't want that here. We make sure that our buildings are fully commissioned and are operational prior to leaving, and then we're following up on it obviously after about 10 months for the seasonal review. To make sure that, again, it's still operating as it was originally intended. In addition, we are having closeout and commissioning meetings starting at our construction kickoff. So those are actually agenda items. So that it's first and foremost in our minds. We make sure it's first and foremost in the contractors' minds. That they got to make sure they're getting their submittals in, all their closeout documents in, making sure that we're getting the commissioning checklists in from the commissioning agent. And again, we're going to be getting a commissioning agent from the Msba on this. So, and we've worked with a ton of them. So we know what they're going to be looking for. They know what we're going to be looking for. We're going to get that information out to the contractor as soon as possible, so we can, again, truncate that process. So it's not going to be 6 months of commissioning at the end of the job. And it's not going to be 6 months of punch list at the end of the job. We want it as short a duration as possible to ensure that you guys can get into your building and live in it and use it as it was intended.
Just have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
I've heard from you a couple times tonight that you're a project management company, not an architect. Can you kind of explain the difference between and why that's so important for us to understand?
Sure. So it truly is becoming looking at it from an owner's point of view and an owner's perspective, and not necessarily from a design perspective or a constructability perspective if you're looking at it from a contractor's side and how they manage their subcontractors. We care about design, obviously. We're former architects, so we definitely have that in our background. But by looking at it from the owner's perspective, it gives us a lot more clarity on what we need to do to drive the project forward. And by not having those potential inherent conflicts of interest by dealing with subconsultants or subcontractors that architects and contractors do, it takes that out of the picture. It clears that out, and we can truly be objective on what we want to do for our clients and for our owners. We essentially become an extension of your team as your technical expertise, and that's what we're looking to do. No other dog in the fight. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Stanbrook?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have, my question's about, can you just explain the procedure you use to ensure that the district gets timely reimbursement from the MSBA through ProPay? I know that you
Turn that over
spoke
to
about it a
the
little
ProPay
bit
expert.
earlier, but could you just kind of go through the procedure of how you get that done, please?
Sure. First, I meet like your financial team. You'll appoint someone who's going to be inputting your ProPay invoices, and which is like really important because I'll be closest to that person on a daily basis throughout the life of your project. Through every month that we do a submission, I'll be there to assist in submission reviews. I'll monitor, your eligible costs, your ineligible costs. We'll go through monthly reviews on reconciliations, making sure we're all caught up on every invoice. Nothing is missing from your books. Nothing is missing from our books. I'll do that periodically. It's very helpful when, during construction, when a lot of invoices are coming in, there'll be one or two that'll fall through the gap, but we catch up right away. So the process mainly is on OPM side, I'm holding the baton to run to the races at the end of the month because I only have read-only access, right? So I'll be supporting your team, making sure they input everything correctly. We're making sure the warrant numbers are in there. Every number is accounted for. And when we submit, I'll also be providing the forms for your submissions, supporting your team on what they need to back up and send to MSBA monthly. And usually they review pretty quickly. They'll reimburse usually within, I want to say 3 to 4 weeks. So before most of the time, I want to say like 90% of the time, they'll reimburse you before your next submission goes out. So it's usually pretty fast. Have any follow-up questions on that?
No.
Is that okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. That pretty much...
Just have one follow-up, one question in general about staffing. I know it's a really important part of the design team, but as a representative of the manager, I'm wondering if you have any educational consultants on staff to support that process and that understanding.
Excuse me, please don't answer that question.
I didn't ask it because they did have one.
I'm sorry?
The last company did have one. They haven't shown in the PowerPoint any representation of an educational consultant. The other company beforehand did, so that's why I was asking.
Right, but we never acknowledged that as a...
But it's okay, that's fine. Follow-up to staffing.
It was up on the...
It was up on the screen?
Yeah, I'm sure it was Phil Pianelli.
That's okay. It was just follow-up to the staffing question, but that's okay.
We'll give the latitude.
Yeah, well, we don't. We typically wouldn't have an educational planner. That's typically provided by the design team.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more that I did miss, sorry. That was on the questions that we recircled before this meeting. And there was actually two of them, I'm gonna kind of bundle them together. Logistically, we feel like we might have some, I guess, wet areas within the site.
We can't go there.
We can't?
No.
I thought that was asked the last time.
Because we didn't ask it to the first folks. It wasn't referenced on their...
Yes, it was. It definitely was. They had
big
an app
time.
about it.
They didn't discuss it. They referenced just the site drawings, I thought.
Metal.
No, they
I think
Right,
They
they
talked
referenced
about
the
it.
site drawings, but they didn't, I think your question is going to be, how would you mitigate that? And that's something they did not go into, nor were they asked to go into. All they did was just show the drawing.
All right.
And that was it.
That's what you feel.
I agree with Fred.
I think we need to be consistent.
Okay.
I would say they acknowledge the site conditions,
Right.
but they do not provide
Answers to that
definition of
question.
what they would do on that site.
So would it be safe to ask the question, get a response, but not waive? Or
No, you can't do that.
I'm sorry, we're gonna...
That's okay.
Okay. Process.
Yeah. MSBA. I think that concludes everything. We do want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for your service, very much appreciated.
Thank you.
We went to,
Everybody ready?
a couple weeks ago, we went to Algonquin for the weekend. You been up there in Maine?
It's awesome. Really nice, yeah.
It's beautiful. We went to Kennebunkport. We saw George Bush's.
This on?
Bush compound.
That is for cable TV.
Oh,
I want to thank you folks for coming. We
Oh,
very much appreciate
okay.
your interest in our project. Please feel free to take your masks off when you're at the podium. That allows us to hear you better. Our other folks that we've been speaking to, they were allotted 45 minutes, and the first people went over by 10 minutes, so we're affording the same opportunity to everybody. With that being said, we will let you start your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. We are thrilled to be here. This is exciting. I mean, this is an opportunity for Whitman to see a real improvement to the middle school. And whenever that happens, we get excited. And we hope that that excitement is with your group and will be with your town. My name is Steve Habib. I'm a principal with the firm. And how do we flip it? And I know the screen back there is going to be awfully challenging for you to see, but you have the this in your package, and you can follow along with that if you're not sitting in a position where you can see the screen. So I just want to introduce some of the other principals of the firm. Brad McKenzie, who is a civil engineer by training and registration, one of the three principals. Myself, I'm Steve Habib. I'm an architect by training and registration. Have been for the past 40 years and have worked on many, many schools as not only an OPM, but as an architect designing. So I know what goes into schools and what goes into middle schools. Also, Dan Pilata, and Dan is a general contractor and trained as an architect as well, and would be the project director. Rob Tedesco, and Rob's a project manager and is on top of everything and does a fantastic job. Mike Delvecchio, next in line. Where's Mike? Right here. Mike is the premier on-site construction project manager that I have seen in my entire life. And just impressive with what Mike does and how he can work with contractors and make sure that owners get exactly what they need. And that, I can't stress enough how important that is. There's a lot of steps till you get to the construction. But when you get to the construction, if your on-site is not there, not on top of it, there can be issues. And Mike is premier at that. Megan Tuttle does the public relations and communications, and it's so helpful because all the townspeople will know what's happening with your project. And that just builds the support. People feel comfortable, they know what's going on, and that's important. The only one who's not here on the team is Anna McGonigal. I'm going to turn it over to Dan at this point.
You'll have to excuse my voice.
Dan was cheering for the Red Sox.
Red Sox did me in. Oh, honestly, I don't sound like this. I sound great. So I feel terrible. I hope you don't take, who's taking the score, don't take points off. So, listen, I started P3 with Steve. I started P3 with Steve in 2009, 10. Way back then, because we were the first PFA under the new MSBA as you were building this school. We were starting under the new program, and Jim Armstrong and I were both selectmen. He was in Hanson and I was in Hanover. We were comparing notes the whole way through. But We got assigned a big firm in Hanover. And they didn't understand how a finance committee worked. They didn't understand how a municipality worked. They didn't understand how all the parts and pieces that are needed for a school district, for boards of selectmen. They didn't get it. Sure, they can build a building. Anyone that you selected for an interview can build a building, and they can get you through MSBA. But the biggest problem we have here is going to be getting the vote. And I have 30 years of government experience, including 8 as your county commissioner here, and I got you a lot of CARES money. And we work real hard for our towns. It's really important to keep it local and make sure that the people understand what they're voting on. Town meeting never votes incorrectly if they're properly educated. And P3's here to do that. And we're going to do that with Megan. She's going to do it with all the Twitter and all that stuff that I don't understand. But anyway, I just want to say a little about myself. As Steve said, I'm an architect by training. And I'm sorry I can't speak well because I must sound like crap. But I do want to say that we're really excited to be here. We have just finished going through the MSBA process with Westfield. Our school's going to a vote next week. The Westfield Elementary School, it's a $60 million elementary school. And we've learned a lot of lessons. MSBA's learned a lot of lessons. And a lot has changed since we did the school in Hanover just 2 years prior. A lot has changed. Most importantly, the amount of money you're going to get from MSBA. So we'll get into that in a little bit. But I just want to let you know who I was. I'm trying not to speak as much as I can. I'm going to send it over to Rob.
That's okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Rob Tedisco. As Steve mentioned, I'm a project manager with the firm. I've been with P3 approximately 10 years or so. Since that time, I've worked on a wide variety of MSBA projects. Over the 10-year period, we've really prided ourselves in building a relationship, not only with each client that we've served in the last 10 years, but with MSBA. So we have a strong confidence that we understand their system, we understand how they like to do things. So we have a tremendous respect for MSBA, and likewise, we like to think that they have a respect for us. One of the biggest things that we believe in is communication. Steve mentioned that I'm a logistics person, and that's what my role and responsibility would be to serve this committee would be providing day and day sort of liaison services between yourselves, the architect, the design team, communication between yourselves and the MSBA. So it'll be my responsibility to work in partnership most of the time through feasibility and schematic design with Dan, making sure that each task is identified and that we build a timeline together and that each point is adhered to through the design team and that we properly communicate our intentions as a project to the MSBA and make sure that they understand where we're headed and how we want to do it. They do have a very rigid process. We've got a couple of binders behind us that is a prop to show exactly how much information that they're going to want from us. So it's up to us to bring as much education and experience to this team, given our experience with MSBA, to make the process of building these books in the 18-month period to get through these as easy as possible. Other things that I will do on the day-to-day, providing procurement assistance, developing the RFQ to hire the to-be-determined design firm. What kind of architect do we want? What kind of services are we going to be looking for? What are the things that are important to Whitman and Hanson in hiring for those services? Are there other smaller type engineering services that we want to procure separately? How do we get those services to the town? Building solicitations and procurements and going through all the Mass General Law, Chapter 149 logistics. So we'll be providing all that and taking as much of the heavy lifting away from the town as much as possible. So just to start, it will be about building a schedule, understanding the town's desires and how we want to build a team. So first step will be going into designer services and procuring those, but ultimately it's going to be up to us to understand what you want to do and how we're going to get there. Steve?
This is Mike. He's our trailer guy. He's not great with the public speaking, but he is awesome on site. I'm the public speaker. But on site with construction, Mike's the one you want. He's the one keeping track of each point. He's keeping the project on schedule, on track, on budget, and no one messes with him. All you have to do is stand there and your casual smile. I manage the community outreach. I am an engineer by trade, by education. And then I went into the service industry and found a passion for people and outreach and communities and getting to know communities. I grew up in Hanover, raised there. I know the South Shore. I know this area. I know the people that here. I know their passions. I understand them. COVID pandemic kind of threw a wrench into different types of community outreach, and we had to switch gears rather abruptly. So we've explored newer options on how different ways that we communicate with our projects. We had 4 projects go through design through COVID with no delays. And it was in part, we had 3 votes. Do we have 3 votes? 3 successful town elections. And we do informational meetings. We utilize social media as much as the community wants. Project websites, informational material can be generated, and we are really passionate about our community newsletters. Anna is our administrative assistant extraordinaire. She does everything that you need in the office. The quarry management, she does coordination and management of all the quarries. She tracks certified payrolls, payment applications, and all the staffing.
So we were going to talk a little bit about Whitman, but we're going to skip that. It's getting late. You've been here long, and I don't want you guys to get too tired. But we're all from around Whitman. And we think we understand your project pretty well. You got a middle school that was designed and built during the Nixon administration, and that should say enough. It's tired, and we need to come up with a solution. So the MSBA process is about a process. And how do you do the process? This is step 1 of the process. It's called the PDP. It's in module 3. It's called the Preliminary Design Report. I'm going to show you Westfield's because it's only a couple months old. Toss it around. We're required to look at everything. On this particular project, it looks like we have to look at grades 6 through 8 and 5 through 8. We have to look at retaining the school and bringing it up to code. We have to look at an addition renovation project. We have to look at a new as a minimum. Each one of those is going to have 4 or 5 options, with the exception of the baseline. And that's what we're going to do in the PDP. How do we get to the PDP? It starts with visioning. The architect that we select is going to have an educational consultant that comes in here and gets everyone on this committee, as well as staff, as well as community members, to give them input. And it's going to be all over the place. And it's going to have commonality. And we're going to try and get that commonality into a structure that gives us the baseline to the theme of the school. Take the admissions, the census, the projections of where you're going with the number of students, and we start building the blocks of a school by room, space by space. But it's going to be our job to make sure it's affordable. I know Whitman. Whitman's not going to spend a lot of money. They're going to want to squeeze every penny out of this school. Bezanson and Salvucci are going to be calling my cell phone. What are you doing? And the truth of the matter is, they're right. Center School was on the lowest end of the year it was approved by MSBA. Hanover, $31 million for the Center School in Hanover. We don't know the final numbers on Westfield, but we know what we're being approved for, and it's on the lower middle scale of the projects being approved right now by MSBA. When we're done designing it, it will be at the lower end of it. We'll do the same for you. And the way we do it is we do one school at a time, just one. We're not a big corporation. We're a small firm that's in Norwalk, Mass, that's going to drive here automatically like that. Stop at Dean's, get myself a pizza, and keep coming. All right, but the truth of the matter is, we're here. We're right next door. Excuse me. No, I want to just finish what I was going to say. Sorry about that. So, we got a couple of slides up here. I'm not going to read them. I want to show the passion to what P3 brings. We're going to do an evaluation of the alternatives. We're going to come up with the existing conditions. We're going to select the preferred schematic out of all of the dozens of options we're going to look at. And we're going to look at dozens of options. We're going to show the people of Whitman. We turned over every stone to squeeze every nickel out of the school without sacrificing the education plan that the superintendent and the school committee are demanding. We have to get through the MSBA FAS committee. Not easy. We got through in one meeting with Westfield. We did our homework. We checked the boxes. We went in and we got it done. They tell you it's a 20 to 24 month process to get through feasibility. We did it in Hanover in 16 months. And we did it in Westfield in 18 months. And that was during a pandemic. We're going to go back to 16 months. It can be done. If you make the commitment, we'll make the commitment. We will push that architect. We will push MSBA. We'll get this done. Every year that goes by, you lose 5% of value in that school. A year is 5%. Last year was 10. We can't lose time. We're going to do preferred schematic report. We got one of those too. The preferred schematic takes one or two of them. We focus a little deeper in it, and then we get MSBA to agree to it. That may be your 6 to 8. That may be your 5 to 8. It may be on one end of the field, maybe on the other end of the field, maybe in phases. We don't know. We haven't done the study. But what we're going to do is make it seamless. We know you have a land problem in Whitman. You don't have many fields. You can't shut the fields down forever. We have to find a way to stagger this and make it work. We're going to find a way. After the preferred schematic, we work on that beauty. You want to do that one? She's a technology girl that got everything put together. That is your scope and budget agreement with MSBA. That is with the baseline to which the entire project gets based. It's our job to maximize every dollar we get from MSBA. Not lip service. Truly get you the most. Westfield's getting 77% reimbursement. We got 2 points for lead. We got 1.7 points for maintenance, above their baseline. But their net effective rate is 51%. It's 51% because the cost of construction's rising quicker than MSBA's reimbursement. And we're going to have to find a way to balance that for Whitman to pass this, because you're talking big, big numbers. So a $60 million school is $30 million. And I don't want to see Lincoln start choking over there when I tell him he needs to give me $30 million. So we got to find a way to get it done. Now, I'm going to go to public outreach, rest my throat, and let Megan talk for a few minutes. And I apologize again for going to the Red Sox game.
I told him not to go.
What was your That's gone.
Must have been rooting for the Astros, though, if you're boss.
So when P3 was started, one of the big things was public outreach. It's always been one of our main priorities because the firm, I know you're undefeated. The firm was built for small towns by people that understood small towns. Small town government, small town mindset, small town money. We believe that when you educate your populace, that they will vote the right way. And we are undefeated in town votes. Undefeated. We're still undefeated. I always ask several questions, and each community is different. You know your community the best. I grew up here, but I don't live here. You do. You know your neighbors. I usually sit down, I talk to the community members. Who do we need to engage with? Who do you need to talk to? Singles, working parents, seniors, they all comprehend and read and consume information differently. We want to get all of them. You want to get all of them. So we do project pages on Facebook, we do email blasts, we utilize constant contact and create different matrices for the different community members. We tackled how to address people that have a lack of access to technology, especially when technology was the only way that you could reach them, like primarily during the pandemic. We used, the library to hand out paper pieces. We ask what concerns the community has. It's hard for people to say no to a school. You want the best for your kids. But $50 to $85 million is a lot of money, and that's a big concern. How much is my taxes going to go up? So we use that. We engage with the community. We have a project website. I redesigned our website. I've been redesigning the back end of our website with our web designer for the past 3 months so that we can better utilize it, so that each project can have a project page in blog form, so that the newest stuff that's been happening is at the top, and then as you can go back and see how this has evolved. We have utilized Zoom, Facebook Lives to get as many people reached as possible.
Thank you. In the end, that's what you get. You get a school, and you'll get a school if you get the vote. And you're only going to get the vote if you get the trust of the people. Like I said before, any of these firms can build a building. It's going to be a question of how you get it across. And I can promise you that when we do public outreach, I'm not going to have a sore throat. That I can guarantee you. We do fly all our jobs. We're certified to fly, and we do post videos of the construction. And we try to be as open and transparent with everything we've done. I recommend that you talk to Matt Ferrin or talk to Stefan Zaporowski out in Westfield. And I think what you'll find is we serve, and we serve. And that's what our job is. We could have come in with a schedule, given you some line about how we're going to do X, Y, and Z. I'm telling you right here and now, we're going to be done in 16 months. And I know it because we've done it twice in a row. We could have showed you some plans about this, that, and the other thing, but it wouldn't be truthful. The truth comes after you've selected the entire team. And that's step one, hiring the designer. Steve and I will go through all of the designers with your designer selection panel. We'll go up to MSBA. You get 3 votes. You'll have to pick 3 people to go. They get 8. We get 3. 7 times out of 10, they go with the town. We have to make a convincing case. But they get to select your designer. Then we have to work with them. We've worked with a different designer every single time. And we've done a great job, and we'll do a great job for Whitman Hanson. Don't have much more to add other than to say we're going to give it our all, and we'll make the same pledge we made to Westfield. We won't seek another job at P3 until you submit to project scope and budget, and you're ready to go on to the next phase. And that's a big deal. We haven't submitted for a school in 16 months. You're the first school. We appreciate that you're looking at us locally. Thank you.
I just want to add a little bit, in case you didn't fully hear what Dan was saying and his background, because I think it speaks volumes to how an owner's project management company can work. Dan was Board of Selectmen member and chairman in Hanover. He was town moderator. He was chairman of the planning board for a number of years, and he was up until recently Plymouth County Commissioner, and I think retired Plymouth County Commissioner. What I'm getting at is, Dan can't speak it for himself, but I'll tell you, he knows politics in this area. And I can't stress how important that is to understand local government on the South Shore. Dan, how many years you live in Hanover? It was what, 20 plus, 25, 30 years? I raised my family in Hanover, was there for 26 years. We know this area. And I think we can present to you and present what's needed to get your project done and to get it done well. And as Megan mentioned with respect to getting the vote, it's critical. Nothing happens without that. And she has the tools and the techniques to make sure that happens. Undefeated, as Dan says.
We don't get the vote. We just make 2 books. You guys have spent 18 months to make 2 books.
So we're open for questions.
Okay. We've compiled the list and selected folks they'll be asking. We're going to start with Mr. Scriven.
Alrighty, thanks for coming. And first one here is, could you, I'm sorry, project that you did not meet. Oh yeah, could you give us an example, if you have one where you haven't met the project deadline or budget, and why?
We have never gone back to town meeting for additional money. We have never gone back to a city council for additional money. Never once. We've worked in 43 communities. Time. Yeah, we got one project that's late. And it's significantly late, and it's in Hopkinton, and it's a small little addition to a high school. And we've got a contractor that's bad. And we worked out a plan with the school department rather than have the lawyers make $100 million that we would work with this contractor. And we literally took over the project. Literally. Contacting each subcontractor and make sure they're going to be there to get the project done. Project's complete. We're sorting out the payment to the contractors, but it looks like we avoided a big mess for Hopkinton. But we were late. You know, they wanted the school mid last year, and they didn't get it until October of this year.
Thank you. The next one, can you describe your typical relationship with the project owners during the construction phase?
That's really up to you. How do you want us to communicate? Do you want us to go through one person and be distributed? Do you want to all be distributed together? Do you want to do it through Dropboxes and emails and technology? It's entirely up to you how you want that two-way communication to go. For this to be successful, you're going to be meeting every other week between now and the submission of the schematic design, with the exception of some periods where we can't do anything while we're waiting for MSBA.
Okay, thank you. I got a couple more here. Could you give us...
This is great.
Could you tell us about the most successful project you've had to date?
Successful? I think the most successful project we had was the Westville Vocational Technical School. We were awarded the largest repair project from MSBA. And one of the parts was to replace 7 steam boilers. And the mayor looked at us and said, we're not replacing steam boilers with steam boilers, because MSBA said, look, the programs replace equal. You can't change them. She said, nope, we're going to replace them with hydronic boilers, which means all new piping, all new end units. So he came up with an energy project through Chapter 25A. And we came up with the MSBA. We got the MSBA to accept changing the boilers to hydronic. And then we had to do an asbestos abatement outside of 25A. So we had 4 contracts. I think it was $16 million done in 4 months in the summer at the Westville Vocational Technical School. We literally plotted every day, morning and afternoon, and we had recovery schedules every week. And it was an unbelievable success. And I think we have a picture, I don't know if you put it in anymore, it's so old now, of the treasurer and the Secretary of Energy on the same stage, both lauding a project, because they don't like to marry energy projects with MSBA projects because of what happened in Quincy 15 years ago. And Cahill, who created MSBA, was from Quincy.
Okay, thanks.
If you all remember.
The last question here, has your firm ever not completed a project, and why?
No.
No, okay, thank you.
Not only have we ever not completed a project, every single one of our projects, if they call us 4 years later, 5 years later, 6 years later, we answer and we work with them. You know, buildings are millions of pieces. I'm sure Whitman Hansen's got a few things that cause the maintenance director to scratch his head on occasion. We will try to help every time. Regardless. We look at it as family. We really do. One at a time. These are like our babies.
Thank you.
Anyone has any follow-up? But not, Mr. Curran.
Thanks for coming. I hope you feel better.
I feel great. I just can't speak.
I'm the building commissioner in the town, and Whitman is a stretch energy code town. How will that affect the performance and cost of a typical project this size? That's my question, one of them.
It won't. MSBA requires stretch. And, you know, you're going to want to get the 2 points through lead, and you'll be beyond stretch anyway.
Good answer.
There's some low-hanging fruit we can do to get the points. But if you want to really go green, we can go green. But there's a point of return where you don't get it. So, we'll talk about that when we get to that phase. But there's a point where you can spend the money and do the right thing for planet Earth. But the return's not there.
Thank you. One more question. How much interaction will you guys have with all of the town inspectors, including mechanical, building, electrical, and plumbing?
What we generally do is, when we get the schematic design done, before we go on our first public tour of schematic design, we generally meet with the department heads so that we want to make sure that planning doesn't have some quirky rule that we missed, or conservation doesn't have a vernal pool that is only on a chart from 1862. There's things like that. We want to make sure that we don't get any surprises. With regard to all of you, the inspectors, we will be meeting with you at 30%, 60%, 90% CD to make sure that you understand where we're going, what codes we're following, how we're interpreting the IBC, and how you're interpreting the IBC to make sure we're on the same path.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curran. Anyone have any follow-ups on that? Lincoln.
Yes. So briefly, we saw from your application materials that, who has an MCPPO and, and how long you folks have had those. So I think the primary question as to the other submitters is, do you have folks who have gone through the procurement process as a public employee versus as a private employee at an OPM or the like?
So, that's a great question. Egan's MCPPO certified. Rob's MCPPO certified. Steve's MCPPO certified. Michael's MCPPO certified. And CM at Risk certified. I'm MCPPO and CM at Risk certified. With regard to public procurement and private procurement through public processes, being the chairman of the county commissioners for 7 out of 8 years, I procured an awful lot of stuff for courthouses and cities and towns and bulk purchasing and just about 30B, 149, 3039M, inside out, upside down, and backwards. Federally, like I said, we grabbed the CARES Act. And I was chairman of the board when we grabbed the CARES Act, which helped the Plymouth County towns immensely. If you talk to your other communities, they didn't do nearly as well. So we have a federal component to it too. And I'm hoping that this stimulus bill that's stuck in Congress is going to come out and align with your project so that we can at least try and get a little of the burden off. I have dreams that that's going to happen. I mean, I lived through the shovel-ready days when we were doing repairs with MSBA, and they were throwing them out the door because they couldn't spend the money fast enough. And I got a funny feeling we're going to be doing the same thing in about 6 months. I want to make sure we're far enough along to qualify. That is a big deal for me because it's an expensive school. I want to make sure you get everything you can because you got other needs. You got a DPW garage coming down the line. You're constrained by Proposition 2.5, and you don't have a huge town. So I get it.
Thank you.
I don't know if that answers your question. I kind of went off there a little bit.
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have a follow-up at all? Mr. Essen?
Thank you for coming. I have a few questions. I'll start with, what's the most important thing that you feel a project manager brings to this type of project?
The most important, education. We have to educate you on all your options so you can make the decision for your town. We don't make your decisions. We tell you, this is what happens if you go left, this is what happens if you go right. Vote. But we have to make sure that you know left and right.
Okay. What actions, this is the second question, what actions would you take if the project was failing behind on the schedule or budget? Project back on track.
First of all, a project of this size should never be behind on budget, ever. There are too many stopgaps and checks and balances along the way, including independent estimates from both the architect and the OPM that prevent that. That being said, the reason that we've never had to go back to any town meeting is because when the drawings come in, and we get that schematic design, right here, everyone you see here takes the day off. We lay them out, we all look at it, and we all look at it together. And we look at it with 5 different sets of eyes. And we want to make sure that everything's been captured. Same with design development, same with construction documents at 30%, same at 60%, and same at 90%. You get a lot of pair of eyes looking at it. You're going to prevent the unknown from happening. On our school projects, we average less than 1% in change orders. Less than 1%. That's not easy. That's why he doesn't speak. All right? But it's a lot of work. But the work was done up front. You know, the projects you hear about that have a problem generally have a problem because the designer and the contractor made a mistake. Not just the contractor. So when the projects get above $50 million, you're dealing with a different type of general contractor than poor little Hopkinton's dealing with, where DCAM just throws everybody who can sign a name at you. You got to pass a lot of milestones to get to 50 million, even 30 million. It's a different league. And those contractors are going to work it out because they don't want to be in litigation either.
Okay, thank you.
I think you've basically answered this question, but I'll read it in just for the record. Describe the time commitment, experience, and references for key personnel, including relevant experience in a similar project. I think already in your presentation, you basically covered that, so I'm good.
You're going to get everyone on this team for as much time as necessary to have a successful project. And because we're not a big, giant corporation, we don't have to answer to anybody. We set it out so that, you know, we set targeted goals. We don't set it out like every hour and micromanage our time. That's not how P3 operates. Every one of us works 50, 60 hours because we love to. Everyone up here has worked together for 10 years, uninterrupted, project after project. We have a blast. We make our committee meetings fun. We want you to come and have a good time while you make doing the people's business. Because sometimes, if it's boring and dull, we can't get a quorum, or people don't want to come. Oh, another building committee meeting. We want to make it so that we're like, yeah, I got a building committee meeting tonight. All right, because, you know, I was outside pacing because you guys were a little behind. I'm looking in there, I'm like, geez, they're a little too happy in there. We got to get them to liven up. But seriously, you have to want to come. And then we think we will make you do that. But at the same time, between Brad, Steve, and I, the three principals, you've got almost 120 or 130 years of public construction experience. So you got a lot of good here, and it's right next door in Norwell.
Thank you.
Mr. Cadero.
I have three questions. You've touched on all three of them, but I'll just read them in. First one is, how do you handle a worker or a contractor disregarding instructions during a project?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat that.
How would you handle a worker or a contractor that disregarded instructions during a project?
Instructions? So, first of all, just so you understand. You want to answer that one?
You
want to do it?
You should give them your smile.
I'm sorry, this is during construction?
Yes.
Yeah.
How we handle this?
Someone who doesn't answer to instructions.
Oh, okay. So, if there's like a filed subcontractor that refuses to perform any type of extra work because I negotiated that his cost would be too high, he can't refuse to do the work, and I direct them to perform the work on T&M. Of course, I monitor everything they do. But statutorily, I always bring up to the GC that he has to manage his contractors, there's usually not any individuals, usually the subcontractor itself that may be a problem. The file sub-bids would be more under my jurisdiction. The contractors, subcontractors, I have no control over. So my control basically is to direct the contractor to perform the work. If his sub can't do it, then he needs to hire someone else to do it.
So bottom line is, we only have a legal obligation to our contractor, general contractor. So if the general contractor is not adhering to something that's in the documents or a protocol that we will put in the front end sure it's a safe site or something to that nature, or a quarry. If it's a quarry, we'll just have the police remove him. If he's just being belligerent and not doing what he's told, we'll have the contractor remove him from the site. Simple as that. And then we'll deal with the paperwork later. Because when Mike does do what he's talking about, Rob and I do the paperwork and everything. We pick up the scraps on the paper side.
Okay. And let's see. How would you help the district determine what's the best approach and what project to pursue? With the multiple options that we're going to approach.
That's the best question of the night. So, Whitman's got to grow up and make a decision. Do we want 6 through 8? Do we want 5 through 8? And I think you'll learn as we go through the study process to the advantages and disadvantages of both. And I think usually one rises to the top. We all gather around that one in that preferred schematic. With regard to which one's better and which one's worse, I think the real question you're asking is, what do we do about conflict? The school administration's going to want to go left. The school committee might want to go right. The town of Whitman might want to go center. We got to find a way to get all of the stakeholders together in a big giant scrum and work it out. And that's really one of the strong points that both Steve and I and Rob have with communicating. We are going to make sure that everybody understands everything, and that everybody understands the alignment. The alignment is unbelievable, because there is a dollar amount that's going to make this not pass. I don't know what it is. It might be 12 million, it might be 25 million, it might be 50 million, I don't know what it is. But there's a line that we know we're going to go across. We're going to have to find that sweet spot and tailor the project to that sweet spot.
And lastly, what sets your company apart from others that we're considering for this job?
You can if you want, because I'll probably get in trouble.
I'll answer that question.
We were created because of the others. I'll just say that.
Yeah. And Dan, he mentioned Hanover High School. And at the time, Dan was the eligible applicant for the town of Hanover. The eligible applicant in MSBA terms is that town official that is responsible for the project overall. That's who at the time, I think it's changed now, it's really the superintendent, but at the time,
who the eligible applicant is. Depends on who the eligible applicant is.
Yeah, I don't know even the superintendent. It's usually the superintendent. But at the time, it wasn't. And this goes back to why the firm was founded. Dan saw what was done by a very large OPM company and felt that with the experience between himself, myself, and Brad, we could do it better and do a better job servicing local towns and cities, because we understood exactly how they operate. Dan's experience with town government is extensive. Mine's limited. I mean, I was on the design review board in Hanover for many years, but it doesn't compare to what Dan's seen and been through and experienced. We're a small firm. We're not an international corporation. We're local. We're highly experienced. Between Dan's experience and the rest of the team, and Brad's experience and my experience, I've designed middle schools as an architect. We know what we're doing, and we are local, and are going to watch out for your concerns, like I don't think anybody else will do.
I want to add one little caveat. What peeved me off the most was Hanover was owed $1.6 million. And we needed to do an audit. And that big giant firm came back with their schedule of hours. And it cost me $36,000 to have them input whatever that needed to be inputted. Because at the time we didn't have a good finance department. We were transitioning between two forms of government. It was a mess in the town of Hanover. It was before you were there, Lincoln. Long before you were there. I'm not throwing rocks at Lincoln. So I was really peeved about it. And I looked into it. And all that kind of work's supposed to be in their contract. I complained to MSBA and they said, no, you're gonna pay it. So we ended up paying it. Otherwise we wouldn't get the $1 zillion they owed us. And it still makes me mad. Because we've never, in any project, in 43 years, asked for a change order. It's not in our plan. We're going to negotiate a fee. If it takes 10 meetings, great. If it takes 30 meetings, ugh. But we're going to honor the fee. That's what grown-ups do. That's why we get rehired in every town we go to. In Kingston, 3 projects. Westfield, 7 projects. Greenfield, we're on our 4th project. We're all over the state. They rehire us because we work our tail off for them. So we want to do your school. We think it would be great for you guys. And we think Whitman would love to be educated by P3. And if the superintendent's got a problem, we can come up to Previty's, get a sandwich, do Previty's in Hanover, drive up the street, see us in Norwalk. By the way, Mike built Previty's.
We still have a few more questions, and you are running out of time, so we do want to afford you the opportunity to be able to answer the question.
I'm up.
John.
You pretty much clearly answered this question already, so I'm going to kind of answer it the same way to be fair, but also kind of follow up on it. You've obviously identified the team here that is going to be our go-to people. You've also said that when you're our go-to people, we're your only go-to account at the time. So that was kind of my question I have, but you answered it. But my follow-up question would be, you currently just said that you're going to town meeting vote next week with Westfield.
We're going to, right.
I'm sorry?
Westfield will change. Westfield will change from feasibility, module 4 to module 5.
Okay.
We won't do 2 in module 3 and 4. It takes too much time and effort. Once you get to module 5, it doesn't matter. The 2 don't conflict. Shifts over to Mike and Steve. Rob and I kick in for module 3 and 4.
Okay, so you're basically shifting so we won't need to see...
You won't see Mike until you get to module 6.
Till this time, so he's only working on that wind project until he's done.
Correct.
And then, so you're working on the beginning of the project that we're gonna need when we start.
I'll be at every public meeting from start to finish.
Okay.
Every single one. That's what I do. Rob will be at probably 50% of them. Meg will be at the outreach meetings.
So to follow...
Mike will be at all the construction meetings and taking through construction. Westfield, you want to vote. So you've authorized $800,000 to do a feasibility study. We completed Westfield's $800,000 study.
All right.
$600,000, I might add. So that's done.
Okay. Understood, thank you.
We won't lie to you.
Did anyone have a follow-up? I had one quick follow-up. You made mention that you had 3 projects get approved during the pandemic. The pandemic was about a year and a half, and some consider it still occurring. What happened with those projects?
Holyoke Community Charter School is on a 1-year delay at the request of the charter school. Even though we've got complete funding because they can't get the steel. It's hard to explain in quick time. I don't want chew up all the time, but charter schools build schools with space buildings. And they don't do an MSBA school. They literally build them in Kmart's and things like that. So there's an addition to that school that has been weighted. The Greenfield Public Library was voted by the council twice and voted by the voters because it was appealed by the council to the voters, which they have in their local ordinances. And Richmond, the Richmond Town Hall. Yeah. Williamsburg and Richmond, which are small little town hall projects.
So the small little projects.
Yeah.
What happens if our project goes forward? You're obviously going to have resources.
Yes.
You're going to need to.
We have other people in that. We have other people. So, I mean, we brought the team that's going to be on Westfield. I mean, on Whitman Hanson, which is the team from Westfield.
And
Because
so how
schools are different than other projects.
how deep is your bullpen then?
Or others.
Thank you. Beth?
So I've listened to some of your answers, so I know you talk about LEAD and you talk about getting the extra little money for everybody. Do you have experience in applying for and tracking grant program applications in regards?
So it depends on the grant you're looking for. Usually with a school, there's sometimes a request some computer money through various sources. Mostly, your grant is going to be MSBA, unless something changes at the federal level. You're probably not going to get a grant. I don't want to mislead you and think there's other money out there. I'm not aware of other money, other than possibly energy money through DOER.
Thank you.
And yes, we have applied for it and been successful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next page.
So I have the next question. So could you provide us some examples along with some past experience around project lifecycle, cost analysis, cost estimates, and value engineering?
Value engineering question's easy. The life cycle cost is not as easy. And the reason the life cycle cost is not as easy is because in the last 10 years, boilers have changed to condensing boilers, and lighting has changed to LED lighting. And we haven't gone through a full life cycle to understand it. So anyone who tells you that they have the life cycle for those products is full of crap. We haven't got to the end to know what the life cycle is. We do know the operating costs of them, and we do know that we can get the energy costs down with them, but we don't know the full life cycle cost. I remember when they built this school, talking to Jim Armstrong about how the ballasts were going in the lights. The lights had 3 ballasts, you know, one, 2, and 3 for depending on the day lighting, and they were having trouble with the ballasts. That's a life cycle. It was a new product, and it hadn't been tested out yet. So I can't give you that example because I think we're still in the infancy of the energy revolution. With regard to value engineering, I'll give you a quick story about the Rockland Senior Center over on North Street. I don't know how many times you've driven by it. Probably 1,000 times. We built that. We were the OPM for that project. And we begged them to go with a certain style of HVAC system. And the architect came in and gave them this song and dance about how they were going to save the planet. And all these super duper things. And I said, you don't have the money for it. And we can't afford it. We're going to need to value engineer this to this. You got to go my way. Well, they voted with the architect to save the planet. The file subbids came in $500,000 high on a $3 million project, which is not good. So we fortunately had language in the contract that the architect had to redesign it at their expense, which they did, and they did it our way. And the project is there, serving the seniors of Rockland, and has been for the past 8 years. So that's the best example I can give you for life cycle.
Thank you.
A value engineer, sorry.
Follow-up or Ernie?
Commissioning. You tell us the importance of commissioning a building after it's built?
Probably the biggest understated thing that MSBA does is commissioning. So prior to MSBA, nobody commissioned a building. And when MSBA did that 3-year moratorium as your school was building, and we were all pretty jealous, they created a commissioning program, and they pay for it themselves. You're not going to pay for commissioning. MSBA is going to pay for it. It's the best program they have. It takes a set of eyes. We're going to look at the design. We're going to make sure the design meets code. But they're going to take a look at the design and make sure that the design is going to be comfortable. It'll work thermostatically, humidity, so on and so forth. Roof-wise and window-wise, envelope and interior. That's the best thing ever. Well, our projects have to be commissioned by SBA.
I'm going to stay away from the Red Sox game. Commissioning is critical. You know, as Dan explained, MSBA now funds it and supports it. It's not always that case. But there are so many complex elements in buildings. And, you know, the purpose of the commissioning is to make sure that it does what it's supposed to do. Make sure that the design does what it needs to do, and make sure that when it's constructed, it does exactly what it was intended to do. So it's vital.
Next. I'm sorry? Oh, all set?
I want to add too.
I'm sorry.
The commissioning agent needs to be independent of the OPM and the designer.
Mr. Stanbrook, I was mesmerized by the cough there. I apologize. Mr. Stanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question's about reimbursements to the district through ProPay. Can you just go over that procedure of how you make sure that we get timely reimbursements through ProPay for the district?
So as part of what we do on behalf of our districts is initiating the ProPay process, which is applying for monthly reimbursement requests through MSBA. It won't happen right out of the gate. MSBA requires that we accrue at a minimum of $50,000 worth of expenditures before we make an application. And some districts are different. Some districts like to handle the ProPay. It's pretty rare, but we like to do that process on our end as a way of budget tracking, cost tracking. Even if we don't do that process for you, we are still tracking every cent, every dollar of every expenditure, whether it's through the town, OPM expenditures, architecture expenditures, contractors. So we track all of that. So it really helps us track the budget on a month-to-month basis if we're handling that in partnership with the town to make those reimbursement requests. But we really do pride ourselves in doing those on a regular basis because it keeps the cash flow, reimbursement, disbursements, predictable, and is prior to, once we really start getting into the heavy expenditures, especially construction, we're going to provide a cash flow projection on where we see these expenditures coming from a month-to-month basis. So based on prior projects and our timeline, our overall schedule, we'll try our best to sync that cash flow projection with the schedule. That way the disbursements are close in matching what we've seen so that the finance committee and the accountant can understand that well ahead of time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anybody have any follow-up? Gentlemen, and lady, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
That's it? Yeah, good to see you.
Here's your book.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Taking 5?
We can take 5. We also have a decision to make.
Yeah, no
Right
worries.
in order, I thought the best was the first.
That, will it be the committee's will to go through this tonight?
I like the big firm.
We have one more to.
No,
Oh.
the other applicant couldn't come, so
Oh, we didn't tell me that.
the decision to be made is, do the deliberation now and pick one and skip a meeting next week, or?
And we'd also be appointing a negotiation
I
committee
did it as I went, so.
to negotiate next week, so that we can send everything to MSBA, which needs to be done by November 3rd, according to the timeline.
Well,
Oh, I thought we had.
Huh?
That was November 1st, the negotiation.
I thought it was the 3rd.
It has to be submitted by the 3rd.
Yeah.
Negotiation.
Everything has to be in by November 3rd.
And by November 3rd. If we take some time and do some deliberations now, perhaps we come up with a candidate, we negotiate Tuesday, we're in that much earlier with everything, which I don't know that that would be a bad thing. Does anyone mind taking a 5-minute break?
Well, I mean,
I only
let's,
asked because I thought we had another candidate. I wasn't here and didn't know that.
let's open
Yeah,
it up
I
to
could
see
keep
if
going.
people do, say, if people do want to deliberate tonight.
I'll go first. I'll vote for deliberating tonight.
Okay.
Can I get him back there?
Yeah, okay.
Get it done.
I mean, wait, get it done.
Yeah,
Excuse me, we just can't hear.
Chris?
Yes, you can't hear to take notes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What is Dave, most of the questions for Dave.
Okay, so do we have a motion to deliberate this evening?
yeah,
I'll make that motion.
Motion?
I'll second that motion.
Randy second. All in favor of deliberating this evening?
Aye.
Unanimous.
It's Bob, minus Bob, right?
Oh,
One abstain.
one abstain. Abstention.
I'm sure he'll agree.
I'm sure.
Are we taking a 5-minute break though still, or not?
I'd rather keep
Does
going.
anybody need to use the restroom, take a quick restroom break?
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
sure.
Chicken and ball. In the Statue of Liberty.
It was funny.
I think when we do vote, we should probably do it, you know, voting for first place, second place, and third place. I would think.
Well, I need to read something first.
Huh?
Because I think the RFS states something different than what we just talked
Oh, really?
In my opinion, the RFS says it's point score.
Right. Point score?
And I'll read it if you want right now. while
Sure.
we're doing that. So I already kind of read one part of this, and I'll read the other part again. Once interviews are complete, each member of the Whitman Middle School Building Committee will rank the selected respondents' firms according to the total point score of the set list of interview questions. Total available points will be listed on the set list of questions with a set range for each question. Evaluation criteria will not be included as part of the overall score of the per listed firm. Basically, the score of the subcommittees will not count. The Whitman Middle School Building Committee will then tally these rankings and agree on the final ranking of the responding firm. If the interview process does not provide a top-ranked finalist due to a tie, a simple roll call vote will be used to break the tie. The results of the tiebreaker will be documented in writing and kept in the procurement file. So the way I read that is...
What page is it on?
It starts on page 6, and it's under the subheading selection process, and it's item number 3. And it's actually the part that I read of it is all on page 7. of the 7 of 28.
So if we add up our scores and have first, second, third, we can just say,
So, yeah, so if we all add up our scores and we have a winner, we're done. But if we all add up our scores and we have a tie, then we vote.
so is it something though, just for clarification, that we would just say, this particular firm is my number one, this is my number two,
No,
this
you
is my
need
number
to
three, or
tally
you
up
have
the
to
score
say
sheets.
it's 80 points,
You need
90?
to tally up the score, you need to score them based on all of these questions.
Right.
And give the point, so, yeah, so,
So that, I don't mean to go backwards here, but the way you read that, it sounded like we were supposed to follow this.
no, the score that we identified for each question. So we took all of our.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, as I was trying to evaluate how they were presenting themselves or whatever, the firm, and I was just using the scoring
Yeah.
to, to score whatever question they were asked, right?
Well, that's what I did. I mean, I just kind of made notes in there, but then I went in and I said, okay, question 1, which is worth 30 points, in my opinion, who did the best?
What?
Me, it was Collier's, I gave them 30, and I went 25-20, so I mean.
So the points have nothing to do with what's
Well,
already in here.
Just the top one.
It doesn't say that we must, the Whitman Middle School Building Committee will then tally these rankings and agree on the final ranking of the respondent firms.
So, Fred, if I can interrupt you for a second.
Yeah.
I actually called the state today, MSBA, just to double check to make sure, because I knew this question was going to be asked.
Yeah.
And they referred me to the owner's project manager selection process. Selection, the following interviews, a short list of candidates should be ranked order of preference. The ranking should be recorded on a scoring sheet separate from the first scoring sheet used. Copy of the scoring sheet should be retained by the owner, may be requested by MSBA at a later date. The rationale for the selection must be well documented. So basically, the way I interpret it, that might be a little bit different from somebody else, but I think it gives us the option that if, say we have all three are the same, we're able to identify our reasons at a later date to the MSBA why we picked whoever we picked.
If they ask.
Right.
Right, but I think that we should, because why else really have an interview?
Right.
There should be some autonomy to our committee. Now, I can agree that we have to tally the results, and maybe we work off of that as a structure. And once the results are tallied, maybe everyone says, hey, it's this respondent, they're clearly the best, and they happen to have the highest score.
Well, hopefully it works out that way.
I was too.
So are we gonna do it that way? Like, so I guess my question would be, so on the board, you have alphabetical order of all the people on the committee. Then you have the 3 companies. So
Okay.
for example, if I could just use Dave Cadero as an example, he might say, for SMMA, I have a total of this number.
Right.
For the next one, I have a total of this number, and then we keep going, because it's gonna auto sum at the bottom.
Right.
And then after the bottom, then we can have talk.
Deliberation.
Yeah, that says, hey, how do we do? What do we think?
Yeah.
I like that.
I like that.
And I think that's a fair way to do it. How's everyone else feel about that?
Works for me.
Let's do it.
Whatever.
Okay.
Too bad, Dave.
Just waiting.
Hurry up,
It's
Dave.
just an alpha, so that's all, so I mean.
Don't use that new math to
Use your phone.
calculate it.
I'll go, I'm all totaled up.
Randy, you ready?
Yeah, and I'm totaled up too. So.
Randy, go ahead.
Let's get to the last. I have Collier's International totaling 108.
108.
P3 totaling 104. SMMA totaling 97.
Really? Okay. Hang on. Number? 108.
For Colliers,
108, 104, 97.
90, 104 is which one?
104 is P3.
And then
Yep.
All right, so what I have is SMMA, SMMA I have at 70.
Really?
PP3 I have at 96. And Colliers I have at 107.
I'm good to go, Jeff, if you want.
Paul, right?
Yep. SMMA, 94.
Yep.
Colliers, 101. P3, 81.
Okay. Next up.
I'll go.
Who's up, John?
SMMA 95.
SMMA 95.
Yeah.
Yep.
Colliers 110.
Yep.
P3 74.
74.
74.
Thank you.
Who's next?
I'll go. Beth.
Oh, I thought it was a list.
Well, they're just going whoever was ready, right?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so what do we?
Start with SMMA.
108,
Yep.
Colliers, 107, 97 for P3.
I'll go next if you're ready.
Okay, Chris.
Okay, SMMA 92. Project Planning 85. Colliers 109.
109.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll go next.
Oh, I think it's all on.
I'll go.
George.
He's scrolling up. Okay, I have SMMA at 92.
Yep.
I have PPP at 97.
Yep.
And I have Colliers at 107.
Okay. I'll go, John. You got me?
That's
SMMA at 88. 88. Project planning at 100. And Collier at 102. P3 is 100 and Collier you said was 102? That's correct, yeah. Thank you.
Bob Curran?
Yes, Bob?
SMMA 97,
Yep.
P3 87, and Colliers 92.
I can go Lincoln.
Lincoln.
SMMA, 80.
Yep.
Colliers, 99.
Yep.
P3, 105.
Okay.
I'll go, Jeff.
Okay, Congress.
Colliers, 110.
Collier is 110?
Yeah.
Yep.
P3, 81.
That's the same book, isn't it?
I'm
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Good catch. Here you go.
Okay, ready?
Collier.
Colliers, 110.
Yep.
P3, 81. SMMA, 110.
Okay.
David?
Dave.
Colliers, SMMA, 90.
Yep.
Colliers, 110.
Yep.
P3, 68.
Jeff, I can go. Rich? SMMA 68.
Yep.
Colliers 97.
Yep.
P3 81.
Okay.
Who's left, me? You're up.
John, go ahead.
Okay, Colliers, I have 107. PPP, I have 101. And SMMA, I've got 102. I think I put too many M's in there. SMMA.
Okay. And I have Colliers at 110. I have P3 at 105. And I have SMMA at 99.
Is that everyone?
And
Yeah, Crystal's not here.
Zeros for Crystal, right?
Yeah, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah. I think we'll down to the end.
Survey says.
So I have SMMA at 1382. Right? Yeah. No?
Right.
I have Colliers at 1576 and P3 at 1362.
So for,
Hang on, Michelle's got a different number, we were doing it the same, so she's got a different number for SMMA than I do. So I have David Cadero at 90, Michelle. Yep. Bob Curran at 97. Yep. Don Yesson at 88. Yep. George at 92. Yes. 95, John Galvin. Yes. Lincoln is 80. Yes. Colton Gray is 94. Yes. Randy is 97. Rich Polkinen is 68. Yes. Crystal is 0. Yes. Ernie is 110. Yep. 92 for Scriven. Fred is 70.
Well, I thought you said 96.
Did you say 96, Fred, or 70?
no, I said 70.
Okay. 108 for Beth. 99 for me. 102 for John. 1382.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right,
So it
so,
looks like we have no need for discussion other than,
let's do a motion, you know, for the number one respondent, but then we'll have discussion and then possibly an amendment, but let's do it that way.
All right, I'll make a motion to recommend, to hire Colliers as the owner's project manager.
I'll
Second.
second that. We have a second. Okay, now discussion.
Okay, good. The only concern I had with Colliers, and I expressed it, was that they don't have a designated person for outreach, community outreach. They did not have a single, you know, and I think with Whitman, that's really important to us. So I think it's something when we do talk to Colliers that we really emphasize. I think they had a person who was split, like, but we all live here. We know what it's like.
Absolutely.
And we know how important the community involvement, communication part is. And that was my only number that I really brought them down a little bit from, because that was a big concern of mine. That, you know, whereas I know the other one, they have a specific person on education, they have a specific person for, you know, communication, you know, so that, you know, that's one thing I would really like when we do talk to them to.
Well, can we negotiate in a dedicated person for community outreach? I would assume that could be.
I do think the gentleman whose wife was a high school teacher was.
I thought he was communication.
Yes, but he was other things too.
He's
You know what I
on
mean?
other
He's-
projects, and they said as we move forward.
But yeah, and I also thought that project, the 360 piece that they had was gonna be one that was geared also toward, which the young lady had, was gonna be the vehicle that's also geared towards the public aspect of those.
All community, that's.
Yeah.
community outreach was actually one of their 3 pillars.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that they take good focus on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just didn't have them, quote, dedicated.
Yeah.
To go along with what Beth said, I agree, and I did worry about that, but, I mean, obviously, to get a 12-town vocational district to agree to something, I mean,
No, I understand.
they were definitely doing something right, and that's what kind of perked me up about that, is they obviously were communicating pretty well on that project.
Lincoln?
I think that they will definitely do a great job. The one little note of caution I'd have is I believe that the most important thing, you know, day to day and keeping costs down and making sure like the projects, you know, turns out really well is the day to day guy on the ground. And they did say that he was going to be there, Ari Charles, but I wish he was here.
Right.
I wish he was here, and he wasn't. I mean, I don't even think it occurred to them to bring him here. So, you know, I don't know how far up in the company he is. I mean, hopefully he's good. We don't know, right? But, and as annoying as P3 can be, I know from personal experience that they will be there and they would be doing that. So just to give some insight, but, you know, that was just sort of a note of caution I had on that. And the 2 other things I had was, I don't know, did we have a good experience, you know, with this high school? I think we generally did, but I mean, obviously the principal was there, and I definitely like to hear that, yeah, it was great and flawless.
He was an architect.
Yep.
He was on the AI3 team. He was the one that came up with the idea with the concrete blocks, if I remember correctly. You know, to save money. You know, and laid out, because I remember sitting in the building committee meeting, and he laid out the options. He's like, listen, an extra floor's just not gonna do it for us.
Yeah.
Or expanding the footprint isn't doing it for us. We have to put up another floor, but let's talk about what the exterior envelope can look like. This is what's being designed.
Right.
Let's get rid of that and do this and save some money. And the project came in on time and under budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Great. Great. Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that, you know, yeah, the reference was flawless, I hope.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Can we hear the reference then?
Yeah, I did Collier, and what I ended up finding out with Assabet, I spoke directly with the building principal that lived it. And what he had said is it was a 10-phase project, the Assabet School. And what he found out with Collier, and that was his biggest fear before they hired the project manager, is that they wouldn't pay attention. And one of the things that he had mentioned, which I thought was pretty good, and it actually turned me around with Collier, is that they had different colored badges for anybody working in the building. And a phase project was a 10-phase project. People that would enter the building had to have a certain color on their shirt. That meant that they were quarried and all the other things that go along with it. And then they actually had an identification badge. So he was really pleased with their outcome. And then I actually called Webster Public Schools and spoke with Monique, the business manager. And she had nothing but great things to say about the project and how Collier handled the day-to-day operation. I think for me, when I hear that, there's going to be a school being built on that site where we're going to have students there. And for me, that was the most important thing that I looked at, that they were attentive to details when it came to a school. And that's why I asked him that question. The reference between him mentioning the difference between us is we're not an architect, we're a project manager company. And I think that, I think his answer was okay, but I get his concept. Project manager concentrate just on managing that project. And I think, you know, that's why I got turned around, because after speaking with these people, they called me, because I left messages, and then they called me back, very happy to talk about their cooperation. So that says a lot about that company.
Okay. Mr. Stanbrook?
Well, Ernie we split up.
Yeah.
I did two references, and Ernie did two, so I don't know if you want to hear the...
Who did you call?
I did SMMA, and I also got a call about P3. So I called Holbrook Superintendent Julie Hamilton to talk about their pre-K-12 school. This is SMMA again. She never. I called her, and she never. I left a message. She didn't return her call. I called Wednesday, and she was out of the office, and she was going to be returning tomorrow. And then Superintendent Simonak emailed today to try to get the superintendent to call me, and she never called me back. So that was a kind of a nowhere on that. On SMMA, I called the Bourne Director of Business Services, Jordan Geist, and he worked on their Peebles Elementary School there. This is where SMMA worked there. I called him on Tuesday and at 1:45 and left a message. Mr. Geist returned my call at 9:20. Today, Wednesday? What's today? Today's Thursday. Yesterday. So that's sad. Mr. Geist did say that Joel Seeley, the person that presented for SMMA tonight, did a good job communicating with the building committee regarding the status of the project with weekly update meetings. Several problems have occurred on their project, including incorrect measurement of steel beams, numerous leaks in wood windows and roofs, and gym floor construction problems. And I can go on and on if you would. And again, I'm not saying that SMMA was responsible for that, but that's what did happen on this project. Mr. Seeley knew how to deal with the problems and did a great job holding general contractors and subcontractors accountable when they made mistakes on the building and communicating and updating the committee throughout the process. The project came in under budget and ahead of schedule. However, there are lingering problems that prevent the project from being finalized and closed out. I had a selfish question in there about ProPay, because like I asked tonight, and Mr. Seeley had all the invoices ready to be punched into ProPay by it would be me here, and reimbursements from the MSBA were not a problem. Document quality was excellent with a good paper trail of everything that happened on the project. Construction control was good, but the firm went through 3 site supervisors during the 2-year building process. Institutional knowledge was lost, and not all site supervisors had the work ethic and commitment to detail that Mr. Seeley does. He's fantastic, according to Mr. Geist. The outstanding problems with the buildings were not caused by Mr. Seeley or his firms. In fact, Mr. Seeley did his level best to fix the problem, and the interview lasted about 15 minutes. And then I also, with SMMA, I contacted Melissa Walker in Northbridge. She's the Director of Business Services, to talk about their Balmer Elementary School project. I'm sorry, let me go back. So in the grading on the MSBA sheet, communication was excellent, budget control was excellent, going back to the Bourne project. Document quality was excellent, schedule control was excellent, construction control was good. Excuse me. So then talking about going to Northbridge's Balmer Elementary School, I called on Tuesday, and Ms. Walker was there, and her quote was, "Joel is phenomenal." They had no budget problems. They had no document problems. Joel had everything everything ready to go, so it was a seamless entry of documents into ProPay. She said that her project was a construction manager at risk or a CM at risk project, and it did go smoothly without any major issues. SMMA had excellent controls on both the schedule and the construction timelines. Mr. Seeley ran her projects personally. He was there, and she could only speak for him because she only dealt with him, but she recommended him highly, and she would hire him again if available. And then today I got a call from about P3, even though that was a company that Ernie was trying to contact. The Hanover Superintendent of Schools, Matthew Farron, called me. I want to go back, I apologize. The MSBA ranking on that one was all excellent, going back to the Northbridge School on SMMA. And then the P3 one, Mr. Farron contacted me, Superintendent Farron from Hanover, contacted Superintendent Simonak, who forwarded it to me, and I called him back. He said that Project Director Dan Pilata, again, this is PPP or P3, he was a local person. He was very useful during the project. He was proactive and excellent at communicating the project's progress through a newsletter distributed to stakeholders. His project meetings were always on time, and he was thoroughly prepared and sometimes over-prepared for the meetings. Mr. Pilata was able to bring the school in on time and on budget. There weren't any document problems. He set up an on-site trailer meeting once a week to get everyone on the same page. He did a great job of schedule control for the project. He let all stakeholders know of any changes in the timeline, was able to shift focuses and resources based on weather or other changeable conditions. Mr. Farron said he would want Mr. Pilata to be the person leading the project, as he has excellent construction knowledge, and he personally worked well with contractors. He said that Mr. Pilata was a get-it-done type of guy, very intelligent man, and would never let a local project in a local town fail. He has local relationships, and he delivered his project on time, on budget, and no problems and no issues with payments from MSBA. And he was excellent on all the 5
pretty good.
things. So that's it.
So they were all pretty good.
Yeah.
So that was good. The subcommittee did a good job then.
Yeah.
Thank you to the subcommittee. You did a good job picking what you did.
Yeah. I know myself, the one thing that I had a little bit of concern with was P3 touting themselves that we only do one project at a time, when the team only does one project, and they gave it the impression it was the company. you know, that was my own little, you know, stick and hanging point there. You know, I like the fact that they're local, but they're small boutique at the same time, where the resources of a larger company at times be quite a value.
The one telling thing about P3 was the recalls that they got. Numerous towns reused them. That's telling right there, that they obviously did a great job.
We used Mary Mahoney twice.
But you know what I mean? I mean, every town they seem to do work in, they reuse them.
Yeah.
That's a glowing reference.
I just, I mean, I don't know any of these firms from, you know, I have no history, I don't know any of them personally, but in terms of presentation, I think Collier's blew them away. You know, they've separated themselves.
I agree. That's why I voted.
Yeah, so the professionalism that they displayed and the comprehensive nature of their presentation, that's what gives me confidence that, you know, we're on the right track with them, you know?
I think if you didn't have the speaking issue, they would have done much better.
E3.
yeah.
So I had,
Yeah, I honestly
do we
tried
need to
to
collect
not
notes?
consider that.
I did too, but it was a factor that you couldn't ignore.
Right.
actually, I had the opportunity today to read all 3 bids, and coming in the door, I was actually in favor of...
I can't hear you, John, sorry.
Oh, sorry. So, I actually had the opportunity today to go through all the bids, and coming in the door, I was, based on the bids, I was in favor of SMMA. I like Collier too, based on their bids, but again, I agree with Chris, the presentation just flipped me over. You know, that one guy, what's his name?
Military guy, the army guy?
No, oh, Ken. He just blew me. He was just super impressive. I mean, by far the best presenter, and answered the questions thoroughly and right with them.
He's the one that would be in charge of the project,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Okay, so he's the one that did this scope
Yeah.
as an architect with AI3.
So, I mean, he's just, you know, I can't say what I wrote down. I said Ken is sharp as, and leave it at that.
Unless anyone would like to offer up an
Do
amendment.
we have a motion on the floor?
We have a motion to rank Collier as number 1 and to enter into negotiations. I would also entertain a motion or an amendment to that motion perhaps, that if negotiations fail, that we move to the second selection of P3.
We have to take that motion, then we have to rank order the other 2.
Okay, so the first motion is clear. It's to
Rank Collier number 1.
rank Collier at number 1.
That was already on the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need a vote.
Yeah.
Has been seconded
Yep.
already.
It's been made and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay.
Am I reading that right? Is it 62 to,
So it's 82 for, 1382 for SMMA and 1360.
that's what I thought, right, okay, thank you.
62 for
Yep.
P3.
Because, so they came in last, right?
They came in.
By the
Yeah.
score sheets, yes. So now you just need a motion to rank order 2 and 3.
Right.
All right. So motion for the second ranking.
To go with what it is.
And I'll leave that to the
So moved.
committee for who to be ranked second.
Oh, yeah.
You have to go by that.
You don't have to go by
You don't have
that.
to go by those scores. You just have to be able to justify, if we don't get the first one, why, if you went with P3, why do we go with the 1382 to the 1362?
I'd like to make a motion for SMMA to be our second choice.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor? Opposed?
Okay.
4 opposed.
4 opposed. And abstaining. 5, I'm sorry. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 13, so the motion does carry.
Can you just put Michelle's count? All
7.
in favor, raise your hand again, just so she can get it.
SMMA.
SMMA.
SMMA?
Yes.
9, 10, 10, 5.
10, 5. Got it. Thank you. So then a motion for the third one, just to make it.
Motion, I'd entertain a motion for P3 to be the third.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Yeah, that one's unanimous.
Now we just have to talk about the negotiations on the team.
Yep.
And John spoke with our council about, yes, sorry.
Yeah.
So Mr. Stanbrook spoke to council about who can be on the negotiation team. It can't be everybody. It can't be a quorum. So John, can you just fill in what Mr. Watt told you?
So the way it can work is you can't have a quorum of the subcommittee or a quorum of the committee. So it can be some other number other than that, and if we can meet outside.
So we're looking at, what, 3 people?
So 2 or 3 people, something like that.
Okay.
Make a motion that we have John Stanbrook and Lincoln negotiate with Collier.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
When are you envisioning, so next week?
Next Tuesday, I think you're posted at 4:30, correct?
Tuesday at 4:30. It's posted already.
Okay. I've got a Board of Selectmen meeting at 6, so, but happy to do it otherwise.
It's not posted yet?
Okay.
We set it, we didn't post, we set a tentative date in my calendar so that it's posted for Tuesday.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Would 4 o'clock be more beneficial?
Yeah, if it.
Did you want to join next?
No, I don't want to be on, I want, what actually is a quorum of this committee?
A quorum of this committee, I think we have 17, 16.
Can't have 9.
So,
So a quorum is what?
9?
9?
But a quorum of the subcommittee
Was 7. Or a quorum of the subcommittee is 3.
is 3.
Right, so like,
can
yeah,
have up
so
to 3.
if you wanted beyond that.
no, I don't want, I
Well,
was,
I know, but like you could.
I was hoping somebody with some
So
building experience, but now we have a quorum of 3.
Well, you have 2.
No, you'd have 3 because they're on the subcommittee.
Can't go on.
I think you have a quorum of 4
I'd be happy to-
for the subcommittee because there's 7 on the subcommittee.
Yeah.
I would say.
Okay.
so you could have 3 members from that subcommittee
No,
on.
then-
Correct, out of that 7.
Yeah,
3 subcommittee members can be on this. But
Okay.
okay.
so if you wanted.
Just say it.
Then I would also nominate Bob Curran to be on the negotiation
Can you
committee.
do Tuesday afternoon? Okay. Would you give us the pleasure?
I would be pleased to.
So, we're appointing,
Wait, we have to amend the motion.
Amend the motion to include Mr. Curran.
I was just gonna do the appointment and call it a day, but, I entertain a motion to amend the original motion to include Mr. Curran as a member of the
So
negotiation
moved.
committee.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, perfect.
You get that, Michelle?
She gets it all.
Okay.
Trying to read those eyes, it's hard.
Yeah. Motion to adjourn, we're all.
These are like MCAS. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yep, and make sure you put
All in favor of getting out of here?
Aye.
Unanimous.